different. So I think if we're going to go on average to reach this position, men tend to have the characteristics to reach these positions, right? That's why. So like, when we say like men rule the world, I think we're like a lot of the time people are talking about like a very small percentage of men that like make a couple decisions, but that you have to go from the top down and realize how many men are involved in this. Like it's not just like one man, it's all different men that are constantly competing. And I would also argue that women are the reason for this, because women choose men that are the top of the chain, so men go out and try to become the top of the chain.
Yeah,
true. But I don't agree with your comments saying, and me and you are going to go at it, I'm sure, that wars are people protecting their people. Like, they're not protecting people. I mean,
most of them are.
Well, you'd have to give me an example of which wars you're talking about.
Okay, let's talk. God, I don't. I want to be really careful about which one I pick.
The British. I'll take the British for example. Like, I wouldn't say that most of the wars that they've been involved in have been to protect their people. Most of them,
I don't know about that.
The British have been like to conquer different territories to gain more land for the British. But from an American perspective, it's always been to protect either a peoples, or ourselves, such as in World War II, when Japan attacked us.
From an aggressor.
Right. Like, do you think like if the president or the commanders in the military, if they were to say, hey, we're going over there and we're just killing these people just cause, you think like everybody would be like, oh, okay, let's do that? No, they believe they're going there for protecting their women and children at home. So like this is literally why they are fighting the war, right? I get where modern wars have a lot of incentive with money and stuff like this. I get what you're trying to say with that part, but you have to look at the whole picture. All those men there aren't there because of some like nefarious thing. They're there because they really believe they're fighting for their country.
Well, okay, if that's the case, tell me your opinions on the Saddam Hussein situation. Do you think that was, and I'm just asking because, like, what?
Okay, I'll tell you. All right, they invaded Kuwait, and since Kuwait is our ally, we stepped up to the plate to push the Iraqis back out of Kuwait and defend Kuwait and the people of Kuwait from complete annihilation and extermination from the Iraqis. And that's exactly what we did.
Right.
Started with Desert Shield and turned into Desert Storm. And America's very effective at defending people in need like that who cannot help themselves.
I'm not attacking anybody. Do you not
think?
I know.
I think what you're getting at, Mel, is that there's always an aggressor. There's always somebody that's being aggressive, and there's always somebody that is being defended and needs to fight back, so to say. So that's,
right. Yeah, like if you look at it from like a schoolyard perspective, the Iraqis would have been the fucking bully. They were bullying the weaker Kuwaitis, and us as the big boys on the block stepped in and been like, fuck this. We're not going to allow that bully to bully these weaker people.
Mm-hmm. There's a question on the screen. Like I said, I'm trying really difficult not to evoke too many emotions. But Wolf, can you see the question?
Yeah. So American policy was not to get involved with Europe during World War II. It's nothing to do with America, yet they were happy to invade Korea and Vietnam. Well, that's not true. During World War II, we were involved in the European theater of war. We absolutely were.
And again, the principal purpose of entering Vietnam was to prevent a communist takeover, to protect. Right. That was the only reason they went there, was to protect people. Like I'm telling you, most wars is to protect people.
Yep.
And to use the word invade right here, it gives the whole premise of the question a tone of some sort of factuality.
Yeah, some people will take that word invade and be like, "Oh, what do you mean invade?" But like by definition, it was an invasion, yeah, but it was for a good reason, right? Like there was they're going to protect people, right? Even if it was not even if we look back and say, well, not really a good reason, everyone there that fought that war believed they were fighting for protecting those people. So like they were there for that reason. There could have been two people way high up that knew it was some master puppet plan, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't take away from the whole military that did it to protect people, right?
Right. And it's important to note that during those conflicts, the aggressors in those conflicts were not America. We were the defenders in those conflicts. The aggressors were North Korea and North Vietnam. And they were being aggressive towards their own people, the Southern Koreans and the Southern Vietnamese people. And they were trying to fucking take them over, annihilate them. And they were doing some very fucking cold-hearted, dirty, wicked, evil shit. We're trying to stop that.
Yeah, what about the comment list on screen now?
You got to remember, they were facing mad tensions due to the Cold War with China, with the Soviet Union. Like this, there was a lot of shit they wanted to stop communism from taking over places, right?
Right.
Yeah. Still are. I think.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. 10 years ago, I would have said the same thing, Mandy, and I would have said it probably 20, 30 years ago, too, during the Bush administration, that we can always be seen as a bully. We can always be seen as the biggest bully that has to come into the schoolyard and be like, you bullies ain't going to be fucking bullying anymore, right? We can always be seen that way. That's kind of the whole point of being the fucking biggest and the baddest is you have to assume that role. We do it. We have to every 10 or 12 years go through this bullshit of realizing that we are fucking number one, right? And we don't just get to go around fucking telling each other that we're a fucking third whole nation fucking shithole country now because 3 years of some guy's presidency. No, there's more to it than some guy's fucking presidency. We are the fucking baddest. We've always been the fucking baddest. We still are. I don't understand where the whole fucking we get to this point where we're at today where, especially when it comes to climate shit, we can't even agree on what is actual information anymore.
But is that because we've been lied to? We were always lied to.
I don't tend to believe so. I tend to believe that we've came to conclusions as human beings that are smart, capable, awesome fucking creatures that get confused every once in a while. And when we start paranoid ourselves, when we start pointing at ourselves and we pick ourselves apart too hard, we get to a point where I think where we're at, you're right now, where society's at a point where we're coming to a conclusion that, all right, now's the time to come together, figure out what the fuck is real, and move on from there. We can't even, can't even agree upon, fucking anything anymore, just from debate.
Well, here's a good little fact too, for that, like men cause all the war. I got someone here in my comments, Grungehead, and he's a smart guy. I'm sure he's not making this up. He probably searched it up before he said it. But one of the earliest matriarchies were the Nubians, and they had warrior queens. The women in the society, the way they became the queen was by being the best warrior. So it was a matriarchy with literally like a patriarchy system, but it was women instead of men. So I think, again, with every neurodivergent system, there is always a dominance hierarchy in everything, with every single thing on earth. Fucking lobsters have it. You know what I mean? Lobsters been around for fucking hundreds of years. It's just how the world works, and this is why aggression could never be non-existent.
No, obviously aggression is existent because we see it every. Good night, MD. Good night, my darling. I just wish that we could all live more peacefully. Am I being like a not realist by saying I wish we didn't have wars? I wish we didn't do the horrible shit that humans do. You know, am I being too much of an optimist? Like to pray for? I know this sounds cheesy, but for world peace.
So again, that's why I say like if we had full peace, like what would peace even be, right? Because peace is the opposite to chaos, right? So like without chaos, there wouldn't even be a peace.
Well, I would say that the opposite of peace is war. Not necessarily chaos, but just war. And the opposite of war would be peace. Well, there is chaos in war sometimes, but most of the time it's very strategic and planned.
I guess, or you could say conflict. Conflict would probably be a better word to use. Conflict and peace, like that'd be the opposites, right?
No, actually, the opposite of peace is war.
Let me see.
The opposite of conflict would be agreement.
So when I search it up here, what's the opposite of peace? The words that come up: discomposure, agitation, desolation, distress, anxiety, disappointment, worry, discomfort, affliction. These are the type of words that come up. So, yeah, I mean, like war definitely has all these things in it. Yeah, you know.
I don't know. I just think that we've become so ugly, the world, in some people, because obviously not everybody. I just think we've become so ugly in what we're doing to our planet, what we're doing to our people, what we're doing to our animals. I just wished it could be. And I don't know about you lot, but I see more aggression since I've been on this planet. No?
Well, you've only seen the aggression that you've seen since you've been on this planet, right? You haven't seen the aggression before. You know,
Right.
like, 500 years ago, you could have been living in a village and that whole village gets wiped out while you guys are sleeping from some people that just want your shit. You know what I mean? Like it was definitely way worse. The reason people had so many kids is because they were dying young. Kids were dying young and so were the adults. So like, lucky sometimes they were lucky if their kid even made it to 12, right? So it was a whole different world, and I don't think it would be much very much peace.
Why do you think? Did you just think that's human nature, or do you think it's?
Yeah, it's what makes everything. Death is what makes life beautiful, right?
That doesn't make sense.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, seriously, death is what makes us value life. Like death is literally what makes us value life. If we didn't have a death, we wouldn't value the life.
There'd be nothing to hold an opposite to.
Why would I need to leave a legacy behind and create anything? I can just be here forever. Fuck it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
No, absolutely. What was that about? In Britain, is about control and bankrupting citizens into not driving, losing their jobs. Yes, Peggy. We in Britain, we are suppressed a lot in the amount of information that we get, in what we're able to do, what we're not able to do, much more so than in the US. I think in the US you are able to live a much freer life than we are over here. But then at the same time, when you look at but then that could just be because there's so many people.
Do you remember what happened when we like pulled out of Iran? When we pulled out and Al Qaeda took back over within what was it, a day or something, or the Taliban back over within a day, right? Mm-hmm. It was the threat of violence that kept the peace there, right?
Yep.
So like that was again, violence is necessary in all these in every aspect.
That's part of the psychological war. All right. So we made it perfectly clear, and we always make it perfectly clear the cost of doing business with us Americans. And our enemies believe us because we're telling them the truth with credibility.
But Wolf, would you understand? And like I said, I'm just throwing questions out there. Would you understand why the rest of the world might look at you as bullies?
Well,
do you understand why?
Not really. I don't think the rest of the world does. I think that our enemies might, right?
No, it's only because I was talking to one of my dad's friends who's from Iraq, I think, somewhere around there. And whereas I was defending the Americans, he made this very valid argument about how he sees the Americans as bullies.
Well, he's from Iraq.
No, I'm just asking. I just ask questions. I don't have any.
Yeah, I totally get that. There's definitely that, but you also have to think like so. For instance, when the United States pulled out of Afghanistan, all the women's schools got burnt down. I'm sure those women that had their schools protected so they could get education, I'm sure they really appreciated having those soldiers there to protect their schools. But now they don't have that, right?
Right.
So I think they would say, like, they would probably tell you, I love the Americans. I wish they were here again so I could go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
What about the argument that you're only going there for the oil?
Well, that's not the case, though.
No, like I said, it's only because don't forget, in England we're multicultural. We've got every member of the world here in the UK. We've got, and I do have many conversations with different people. Everyone knows I love Americans. I do. I love your country, but I've had many a conversation where I've defended the Americans, and a lot of people have done nothing but call them big bullies. Like they go and invade countries for their own purposes and don't mind their own business. I'm just putting it out there. I don't think it, but I've had conversations with many different nationalities who look at the US as big bullies. Just asking.
Well, what exactly are you asking? I'm not sure what the question is.
No, I don't.
You're stating that you have heard like various people from various different nationalities that look upon Americans as big bullies. Mm-hmm. That's a statement. That's really not a question.
It is a statement.
So I'll give you an answer for this. When people say that stuff, you would have to ask them when you say why, and they say things like, well, because they're in so many other countries. Well, you'd have to say, well, yeah, France is also in 10 other countries. China is in 5 other countries. Australia's in 2. All
these different nations have embassies in other nations.
Stations as well. Like Germany has a bunch of military stations in France. They are in all different countries, and there's like numerous different reasons for this. But yeah, it's.
Can I say?
Like the people that win the war are usually looked upon as a bully, I imagine.
You know? Yeah, right. Like, you know, his history is just his story. Think about that for a second.
Right.
That's literally what the word history is. It's his
just
story.
very quickly to Lord Dandy Lioness. I've messaged you in Messenger. I really need to speak to you. So if you could possibly just check your message requests, you'll see my messages in there to you, sweetheart. I need to ask you some questions. And hello, my love. Sorry, carry on, Easy.
Oh, I was done. I was done what I was saying there. I was like I was saying, I was just saying like every country has stations. Well, UK. Let me see. Let me count here. UK has military stations. They have an air base in United Arab Emirates. They have an air base in Singapore, in Sierra Leone, in Qatar, in Oman, Norway, Nigeria, Nepal, Kenya, Germany, Djibouti. I don't know if I said that right. Cyprus, Brunei, and Belize. The UK has military stations in all of these countries. So, like, yeah, I think this is just something that everyone does, especially the ones that trade amongst each other, right? And especially the ones that trade amongst each other, because like this is where like people will travel. So like, you know, a lot of the times if something happens with someone that is from the United States and they're in fucking Greece, you know, they're gonna go to the American embassy and have like, you know, like they're still gonna be able to be granted rights somewhat as an American or wherever they're from, you know. They still have to abide by the country's laws and all this, but there's, you know, that's the whole reason for our countries having embassies and military stations in other places, right?
No, like I said, I was just having a look at, because obviously the subject was climate change, but I also thought it was really important just to bring up people in general and what we're doing to each other and the planet as well. And I'm not singling out any particular country. I'm not. You know, we've had the Roman Empire, we've had the British Empire. You know, this is something that goes on and on and on and on, you know, throughout our history. I'm just wondering whether we should try, as a human, as a species, try and promote peace and not war.
I'll pose you an example. Okay. We want peace with the country next to us. Say we want, say here in Canada, right? You guys want peace with us, but we say Canada was like, oh no, everyone's allowed to marry 12-year-olds and they're all weirdos over here, you know. Do you think you should sit by and allow that?
No, absolutely not.
Well, then how do you do it without war? Everything we do in life, the reason me and you can have peace in our homes and we're more than likely not going to have people kick our doors down and rob us and kill us, the reason we can do that is because of force, because there's a threat of force on criminals. Everything goes back to the gun. Everything.
I absolutely understand exactly what you're saying, but at the same time, there must be a way that we can all live in peace. No,
rights don't exist. We don't have rights, right? Rights don't exist. Rights are just privileges given to you by the person with the biggest gun. They don't exist, right? Like, tell me something you think is a right that you have, and I'll explain to you why it doesn't exist.
Well, let's make the most obvious one, which is in your constitution, freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech. Okay. Mm-hmm. Go up to a police officer, say, I'm going to fucking kill you, and see how your freedom of speech works. Yeah. Say, I'm going to kill you to a police officer and see how your freedom of speech works. It doesn't work, right? So freedom of speech doesn't work whatsoever.
There's limits to that sort of thing. Like you can't. Your freedom of speech doesn't include running into a building screaming fire. You know.
Sorry, say that again.
Your freedom of speech doesn't include running into a crowded building screaming fire when there isn't a fire. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's another one right there. Yeah. Your freedom of speech is limited, which means it's not real. It's not a right. Anything that can be taken away from you isn't a right, right? So like even like, you know, the right to bear arms, can prisoners have guns? Nope. So that right to own guns is not real. It's a privilege until they decide it's not anymore.
So we're saying, so there's no hope for peace.
For like full world peace, there's like a threshold basically of where you can be at with peace, but there always has to be some threat of violence that keeps that peace. Again, we don't have a bunch of people running around right now stealing everybody's cars and shooting up everyone and just going crazy. The reason every single girl or guy that's cheated on their spouse didn't get killed, and same with the person they were cheating with, the reason all of this isn't happening is because there's a threat of force. People that come with guns and put you in a cell.
But there's a difference between law and order than the threat of violence. Are you saying that's the same thing?
Oh yeah, it's 100% the same thing. You need the threat of violence for law and order. So like, what if you just say no to the law? Like they're like, oh, you're under arrest, and you just say no. How would they even be able to apprehend you without some type of violence? They wouldn't even, like, there's no way they can do any of this without force. Everything that we know as rights is only given to us as a privilege, and we're only allowed to enjoy these privileges because of the ultimate force.
That's really grim. And I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying that's grim. Because somebody in chat said, why don't our politicians send their kids or they go to war?
Some of them do.
Well, there's plenty of politicians' kids that go to war, and no one's there's no thing that makes anyone go to war, right? They required it back in the day, but people did this with a privilege, like or with pride, sorry, like to defend their country, right? It's again, when it comes to defending your offspring and our women, men have always been willing to do this. Always. It's since the dawn of time.
Lionel, quickly, I don't accept that invitations on Facebook, but you can still look in your messenger and have a look at message requests, and I'll be in there. Just because I've had some shit happen lately, which is really, really fucking really shit, where somebody has brought my son into the equation and made up shit. And I'm really protective over my Facebook now, not because I'm saying you're going to do anything. I'm just really protective of my own images of my family. So
for sure.
I'm just like, I was talking to B earlier, and she had such a tragic story. I don't know if she's still up, where somebody had taken videos of her past daughter, like she's passed, and made the most horrendous videos of it, like a YouTuber.
Yeah. People do this on YouTube all the time. Like it's a fucking joke. It's gross.
Dude. It's fucking gross. It's just, yeah, she, bless her, for her to see the images of her daughter who's passed, it was done in a sexual way.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking gross. It's fucking gross. So now I'm extremely protective over my Facebook and my images, because it appears to me that there seems to be no moral lines with some people.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, Easy, you've had these problems too. I saw you on Flo's panel. Was it yesterday morning? You
Yeah.
know, and it makes me fucking sick.
Yeah, it didn't. You know, normally I would have just, if it was anyone else, I probably wouldn't have even said anything and just left the stream. But it was on flow states, and I was like, this guy's, and like he was the way, like, and Crispy didn't know who he was either or nothing. So I'm thinking in my head, this guy's over here trying to run some fucking con game on them. So I let him know. I was like, don't make this guy fucking upset, or he'll say some shit to try and get your stream taken down. It's the same guy that fucking took videos of my fucking minor children and put them on loop on some weird fucking sexual music. And then he's like, "Oh no, that's easy, just crying. He's not presenting it right." So I went up there and I fucking explained the whole situation and showed that he still has one of those videos up. The fucking weirdo.
Ducks, meet over here. Try to sleep over here.
What was that?
What the fuck was that?
Toxic's dad in the background.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one time Toxic was arguing with me on stream and he's like yelling and you hear all of a sudden you hear his dad in the background. Shut the fuck up.
No, but again, this kind of does tie into the discussion that we're having about people being fucking gross. I mean, anybody.
Well, the internet is a whole different world. Like, this is different, right? This is amplified a lot of this because people are just hiding. Like, Fatty could come up here with that picture right there, who could even alter his voice. And like he could say whatever the fuck and never face any consequence for those things because he's hiding behind a screen, right? Like every single one of the people in the chat that aren't using their names or pictures, like there's no consequence to them saying anything to you, right? So this is where, this is why this has been amplified, right? And you also have like kids will say stupid shit, right? That kids, I remember being a kid, right? This is what I don't like to say like kids are dumb because people take offense to this, but like when I remember being a kid, I was dumb as fuck. Okay, I said stupid shit, did stupid shit. We're kids. We don't understand things. We don't have our fucking prefrontal cortex developed enough to understand long-term decisions or anything, right? So I understand now. A lot of this shit happens to it's kids doing this shit, right? It's young kids because they have access to all this shit. And then they grow up being like this toxic weirdo on the internet. And then when they're an adult, they don't see nothing wrong with it. This is how they grew up. They grew up just slapping the N-bomb on every single person they didn't like. They grew up calling everybody the F slur they didn't like because like that was just their go-to, right? So like, you know, and like this, they get, you know what? I think it makes them dumber too, to be honest with you, because like that's your level of dissing, right? That's your two words you get. Like these type of people, I can tell somebody who grew up on video games when the first two things they say is the F slur and the N bombs. I know it. I can just see it right away. I'm like, yeah, okay, terminally online.
Those are the guys I see walking around my part of town with two pistols, you know, one on each hip, like he's going to save the fucking world from some terrorist or something.
So you don't like open carry, right? Is that what you're saying? You don't like open carry? Me neither, bro. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I think we should go back to the concealed weapons permit stuff that we had before.
Yeah, like I'm okay with like someone.
We got a lot of weirdos. We got a guy that walks around town, bro, with the AR on his back at all times.
Yeah, that's
right.
That is right there. I got in a huge. I forget who I argued with that night.
I'm all for being able to do it.
Unnecessary. That is unnecessary. Why do you need to look like you're going into combat to go to the grocery store? Give me a fucking break, okay? People go into grocery stores and shoot up the place. You don't need to put the whole place on edge because you want to be cool for you. My rights. Yes, leave your rights at home for now, bro. You know, I don't need my fucking kid looking at you with this gun thinking they're going to die today because you wanted to be a fucking cool guy. Like, it's stupid. It's just dumb. There's no
part of it is he's on probation, right? So he has to walk. He can't drive. He doesn't have a license. right? So he walks or rides his bike, and
Yeah,
every 2 or 3 weeks we get some weird call or something goes out, and we get like local news about it. And
yeah,
I'm all for people being able to have that right and to assemble and to do that. But
I say
in public, it's fucking not necessary. It's pussy shit. Ask me, it's straight pussy shit.
It's not even about it being pussy. I have no care about the manlyhood it has from him. It's just there's no logic to it. It's just so unnecessary that it would be like requiring people to wear pineapples on their feet. Like, it's just stupid to me. Like, it's why are you walking around with a fucking and then here we go. And then it's people. So in my chat, I got someone here. He says, if they're responsible, why does it matter? Cars are deadly weapons. To compare a vehicle to a weapon, it just, there's no comparison. I don't see any comparison to even engage with something like that. And this is the type of arguments I see a lot of the time when it comes to open carry. It makes no sense whatsoever. And let me tell you something. If somebody did want to go off on a rampage shooting people, you know who the first person they're probably going to go for is the person they know has a weapon to shoot back. So exactly. You can put a big target on your face for doing that too. It's stupid.
It's old West shit. It's the guy that walks into the store with the biggest guns. And that's what, we've got probably a dozen guys around here that are going through this, ever increasing size of
it's called constitutional rights,
constitutional carry. It's a freedom state. There's a lot of states that are like this now. My county sheriff actually is pushing for taking the concealed weapons permit class, but in doing so you're also getting your full auto certification, and we would be one of the first states to have that full auto certification as a kind of as a right. You take this little class and you get now you get full auto.
You didn't even need
let's no mistakes
until 1989.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now that this Constitution argument is very stupid, and I'll tell you why. You guys already accept going against the Constitution. Anytime you go into an airport, you are already breaking the Fourth Amendment. You have no problem that they are doing an unreasonable search and seizure. Okay? You have no problem. You're letting them do it every time you walk into the airport. That's your Fourth Amendment being violated. Why don't you guys stand up for your Constitution then? It's just stupid. The Constitution, that the right to bear arms, do you even know why that was made? I don't think a lot of people even understand why the I don't know.
What I really want is I want a squadron of F-35s. I want 100 drones. I want a submarine with nukes and at least 4 battalions of tanks. And then I might be able to put up a little resistance against a tyrannical government. Ain't gonna do it with a freaking handgun.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't make any sense.
But I don't know. Me and Andrew argued about this the one night that he came on Verbal Combat there a bit ago, and the difference between a car and a weapon. I say when we have things like hunter safety, where a police officer that can literally, has gone through training to be a police officer, can't go out into the woods and shoot an animal and harvest it with a tag. You have to go through a certification process. You got to do hunter safety to be able to buy a tag. We've got 90% of the people in my state that are owners of, and maybe even daily carriers of, have no training at all. And when we're talking about a kid being able to grab a set of keys and potentially down the road have a problem and kill his best friend or his neighbor, right? In that accident. To me, say that leaving a weapon around on a table, it's a lot easier for a kid to pull a trigger than it is to drive a car, or an adult for that matter. We have to have some sort of common sense liability for kids getting a hold of weapons and people using them the wrong way. Red flag laws are a definite hot topic, because without registering guns and without having a tracking of kind of who has what, we're never going to be able to have an actual red flag system that would work to prevent potentially mentally ill people, from temporarily giving up their right to have those weapons while they're in a state of confusion and aggression, right? That's the slippery slope that, that's going to have to be walked on that debate. But safes and, storing your things in different spots, having what you need to accessible when you need to have it accessible. But, I'm coming from the age where we had 12 gauges in the back of our truck windows at high school. No big deal. All of us did that because we were going hunting after school. So, something that society's going to have to come to a real quick decision on. Kind of got into this the other night of, people that want to say that, when our schools get, when our schools have these incidents, that those aren't real, that those are just crisis actors. And that those people are just there to go against the gun lobby, and those children didn't actually become unalived that day. Like, where do we draw the line of what is actual provable proof? What do we agree upon? It's all an agreed upon faith-based system. Everything we do is faith-based. Our money is faith-based. We agree that we have faith that this is what it is. I don't know. Next thing you know, we got freaking gerbils and turtles breeding with each other, flying around space.
Oh God, Wiccan, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand your constitutional rights. I do think that maybe there should be some tighter controls. I'm coming from a country where we don't have the right to bear arms. I just see too many tragedies with your rights to bear arms. Should there not be? I don't know. I'm asking the Americans. Should there not be tighter controls? No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I was just talking with my chat here for a second, trying to tell him how stupid he is.
It's too stupid.
Yeah, sometimes I gotta tell the chat what's up.
The only reason we have guns is because we want guns.
But my chat over here trying to say, so okay, they don't search you until. So I said the airport violates your Fourth Amendment for unreasonable search. They're trying to say, well, this is an agreement. Because it's when you buy your ticket, you agree to it, but this was implemented after what, right? So you got to tell me what caused that everybody had to be searched. And then when you think about it, you're going to say, well, it was that bad of a disaster that we had to do that. Well, then how bad of a disaster do you have to have before you think guns should be illegal? Because if you're willing to bend your Fourth Amendment for something that has a very high level of threat, tell me how high a level of threat has to come before guns are illegal to you. Because you must have an answer for that too. Because your answer to this question is the high level of threat is what equals your Fourth Amendment being broken. Okay, you agree to it. So, what do you think you would say there? Are we not? How do I not make sense? Do you not speak English?
Is this someone in your chat? I'm getting a bit confused, right?
Yeah. Are we not men? He likes to piss me off.
Oh, I had to block him because he was doing my fucking head in.
Yeah, he's an asshole sometimes. You have to deal with him being an asshole sometimes,
I mean, it was just, like he was going on and on and on and on, and I was just like, I'm sorry, someone block him.
Okay, let me say it a little slower. Let's break it down. First, answer my question, are we not men? What made America so you had to be searched at the airports? What event caused that? Start there. Or maybe if anyone up here knows it, you can say.
I don't
What?
know. Anyone on the panel
Issue
know?
bomber.
Repeat that again.
9/11.
Easy.
Why do you have to be searched at the airport?
Because just in case you're bearing something that you shouldn't be bearing at an airport and cause, a threat to the people there. No.
Right, that's that's the reason. What made them start doing that?
Well, all the shit that's happened with planes and hijacking planes and all the stuff that I can't really say the Twin Towers because we don't really know exactly what happened there. But as a threat to society, right? A threat to
right. So it was 1970s, and it was a direct response to someone threatening to hijack planes, right? So this is what I'm saying: a tragic event, and it wasn't even like it happened at that time, but the threat of this event is what made America say, well, let's bend the Fourth Amendment just for airports because because of a terrorist threat. So I'm with you here. So I want to know, what is your level of threat that would make you agree to getting rid of guns? Do you have that answer?
None.
I don't know. I'm conflicted with the whole thing with bearing arms. One half of me saying that you have the right to protect yourselves from your governments, and the other half of me, I'm like, I just see what happens in the US and the tragedies that happen. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I don't know.
Well, Benjamin Franklin said, "They that give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety."
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
Benjamin Franklin. You guys all know who Benjamin Franklin is?
Yeah.
He said, "They that give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And I agree with that statement. So there is not a threat great enough that would convince me to give up my arms.
So, there's none.
I don't know. I come from a country where we don't bear arms, and we're in the top 5% of the least murders in the world.
You know that I just want to point out, Benjamin Franklin also wrote several letters on how young men should choose a mistress and all the glories of human flatulence. Did you know that?
So that again.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you knew that, because he
This is my weapon. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun.
He believed that the national bird of the U.S. should be a turkey, calling it a bird of courage.
Yep.
Right.
Benjamin Franklin wanted that, my guy.
Yeah.
He frequently enjoyed air baths. Air baths. That's him lounging around naked in his house reading. That's an air bath.
Why are you ripping on Benji, man?
I'm just trying to explain to you that. I mean, you used his saying. I'm just showing you he has other sayings that are stupid as fuck too, right?
Yeah, he also invented electricity by flying a kite, right?
Okay, so again, I'm not saying, I want to make sure people have my stance clear, because when I talk about this, I'm not for nobody being able to own guns. I'm not for that.
Right.
Right. I think you should, if you're a sane person and you have a proper background check, you should be able to own a tank. I don't give a fuck. But the problem is, I can go fucking to America right now and buy a gun, and I don't have very much to go through to get it. You know what I mean? It's legally, right? Like it's stupid. Gun shows, ridiculous. That's the first thing I'd get rid of, right? It's useless. That's where a lot of guns get sold to people that shouldn't have them.
Right.
Private sales, legal. No private sales ever. Shouldn't be allowed.
Can I ask, because I don't know, in
Today
your
is-
gun shows, do you get checked when buying arms, or is it just like going to the supermarket and buying apples and pears?
Is that everywhere, Jade?
Here
So
and there.
Jade is saying that now gun shows require background checks.
That's what I was asking.
No.
No, they don't.
I was gonna say I don't think this is
Some-
everywhere.
Some
Jade.
do. Washington
Yeah, I don't think
Washington
that's
just
everywhere.
passed stuff for them. There is stuff going through. As far as it goes, the people in office in Idaho will never let any more than what's going on right now happen.
You know what? How about this?
I know there's maps available too of. I think
How
half
about
the
this?
states are constitutional carry states.
All
now.
the men, when they turn 18, all the men of the country have to do a minimum of, let's say, 3 years in the military. They get plenty of training with guns. Cool. We got a lot of trained people, a lot of trained men. I won't even question. Let them all have guns. All those men, they have guns. So we solved a big problem. All the men will be able to own guns. Okay, we start there. How about that? You guys like that, Drew?
I don't like that.
So easy.
That's a tough
Only
one.
men.
Yes.
In your perfect world, only men can own guns.
No. I said let's start there. Let's start there.
Okay.
So like this is a way that I'll be, we can be more comfortable with all men owning guns, as if all men were also required to go through, like 3 years of military at least.
I wonder. There are some nations that do require that. I'm wondering if Israel is one of those nations.
I think
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you have to take part in the military. Yeah, you have no
Mhm.
choice. I
Italy used to,
like
yeah.
this idea. I like this idea. I've thought about it more and more, and I kind of like this idea. I think like I look back at myself even. I'm like I would be even more disciplined, and like I'm pretty disciplined, but I'd be even more. Like I'd be John Wick in this bitch. I'd be a force to reckon with if I would have took that fucking type of training and had that discipline put on top of me. I think this is a benefit for men.
What about the men who suffer with PTSD who have gone to war? What about them men that are out on the streets now, homeless?
Well, this is a whole different.
Yeah,
this-
that's like a whole different
I'm
topic.
not-
No, but
I'm not for it.
are we going to send all our kids to have PTSD?
Well, not everybody that goes into the military goes in like during wartime, like to an active war zone.
Right. A
Shit
lot
like
of them
that.
are going to just be trained and stationed and not ever face any actual, have to
Action.
shoot anyone or be shot at. Like it so there's going to be a lot of people that go through this. And then when we go through, when you do have to go through war, not all men face PTSD from that either.
Like, if they're getting PTSD from fucking boot camp, man, they're just pussies as far as I'm
No,
concerned.
not from boot camp, Wolf, but from like going out and because there just seems to always be something going on where our soldiers are stationed. No.
Well, no, I have buddies that went to the military, left, and never seen any like actual action.
Okay.
So there's definitely it all depends on exactly what you're doing, but he still got all the training. You know what I mean? And like it's so I think all the benefits that come with it, it would be good.
No, the benefits with having more discipline, absolutely, I can 100% agree with you there. My concern is that when you have to do it by law, which is what it was in Italy up until quite recently, is it right to send all our men to go? And let's say they have to be stationed somewhere. Is that right to take away their free will to say yes or no? to being in the military.
Yes.
It's right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sometimes when we do things we don't want to do, it's us, right? Like, think about this for a second. Nobody actually, if people could choose to just be rich, almost everybody would choose this.
Right.
People don't actually want to work hard for it. They do it because the end goal. They go through that shitty shit through the end goal. A lot of, it's the yin and yang of life. And I think this is something that, especially like, for boys turning into men, I think would be an extremely leg up. Think about this too. Like, those years are years away from any drugs, any really real trouble. Like, this is, or not real trouble. Sorry, if you're like, but like, I mean, like different type of troubles like that will cause your life to go into a downfall, other than death, obviously, if you die from war. But like, there's way more pros to having to face that adversity than there is to the cons.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because I'm looking at it from a mother's point of view. Because I heard so many stories about family members when in Italy you had to go into military service by law. People of young men cutting their thumbs off not to go, just doing extreme things so they didn't have to go in and serve. So I'm looking at it from a mother's point of view. If my child, because at the end of the day, even when you're 18, you're still a child. Where if my child at 18 was adamant that he didn't want to go in and serve, what right do our governments have to say, no, you have to go and do it?
Sorry. What do you mean, what right?
Well, why should anyone force our young men to be soldiers?
Why should police come protect you?
Police choose to be police.
Right. Okay. So, but why should they put themselves in the line of fire though? Why should they die for you? Why shouldn't they just quit that day if something's happening and then, oh shit?
Police choose to serve and protect. It's their choice.
It's society that chooses to create a standard of, we're going to have all our boys when they're 16 start going through ROTC, and when they get out of high school, they can either choose to go to, work or spend some time in the military and have the rest of your fucking life pretty much, good to go. Can you imagine if all of the boys in North America, including Canada, went and did that? How big and fucking ultimately powerful freedom.
And again, when you say it takes away our rights, you remember I said we don't have rights. It's a privilege. We have privilege to live here.
Yeah, when it's framed
I think we should have to work for this privilege that we're given.
Share that screen that I got down there, Mel. So I got my local newspaper here that's hot off the presses here when I was in there earlier tonight. This is just the private sale stuff of
what is this?
So this is my local, newspaper that sits at the gas station as you're walking out the door.
Oh, okay.
But what is it, Fatty? I don't understand. What does it have to do with what we were just talking about? I don't understand.
Browning BAR 300 Smith & Wesson short track with Burns-Bilford long-range MOA scope. So this is all private sale firearms is what it is. So anyways, without getting too, but there's 3 pages of stuff like this.
Oh, you're just saying people's ad for selling guns, private sales.
Yeah, that's just private sales.
Yeah, this is just
from the newspaper.
Just your local.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, okay, I get what. Okay, I get it. I get what's going on here. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, this is what I mean right here.
Basically, what I'm looking at is this newspaper.
You can go buy any one of those, and what's going to stop them from selling it to you?
Right now. No,
nothing.
It's just from me to you. No bill of sale required. No nothing. No. If I literally took, a
I can go right
500
now to
purchased in that way,
America.
private sale.
I can go right now to America and buy all of those. And then what?
Yeah.
Right? I didn't need no
You can
license. I
send
could
me
be
the money
some
and I'll take
crazy
10%.
fucking
Yeah. Yeah, there's some weird shit going on. And that's where it goes on is
And let me ask you
these
guys
individual
this.
people.
I don't think
but-
that's so
Because
weird.
I don't know.
Though.
I know a lot of people think like we
It's-
think like there's no threat of war, world war happening where all the men have to go to war or else we're all dying. So I think a country that has a country full of men that had to be trained for this are way more prepared and way more of a chance of surviving a world war, right? So like if think about this, you have one country that doesn't have any requirement to serve in the military. The other country does. They have the exact same amount of people. Everything else is the same except for that one fact. Who do you think wins that fight? The people that were pre-trained or the people that weren't? Nobody answers.
No, it's obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
it's totally
Yeah.
obvious. I mean,
Switzerland, I think
aggression
Switzerland
wins
has a-
every time, right?
has a
Combat
mandatory
readiness
Right.
wins. You know,
Yeah, there's
it's
a
just
reason
that
the
simple.
saying goes, the best defense is a good offense, right?
Right.
Well, I'm kind of trying to promote peace, not get our youth ready for war.
Helsing.
I
Um,
understand, but the only way we have peace, nobody fucks with the country that has the best fucking army, right?
Right? Yeah.
That country
yeah.
gets to live in peace. We all get to live in peace because all of our countries have access to big booms that can take out fucking countries at a time. So, like, this is why we get to live in peace, because there's this threat of every single other country being able to do this, and we all understand this agreement, right? Like, there was even agreements that people were not supposed to make anything more than stronger than nukes and no type of defense. We know that's all bullshit. We know they've all tried fucking making stronger shit, but that's the threat they have on each other that keeps the peace.
Yeah, it sucks.
Mutually assured destruction.
Without
There's a reason that these little wars are going on, and we go and defend the countries that are allies instead of just saying, okay, let's just go wipe out this other country. We can't do that because they would send the same amount of force back, and we're losing a bunch of people if we do that. So that threat is even keeping that war from being even bigger. You know what I'm saying? So like it's again, I know it seems like it's like an oxymoron, but like that's what it is. The threat of violence is what keeps the peace.
I don't know. Argument. I think the
Yeah, I
Americans
totally disagree with that.
disagree.
Totally disagree with that argument.
I think the Americans would disagree with that.
Would disagree with what, sir?
Argument says an average
He's
UK
full.
soldier is
Arguments full of
equivalent
shit.
to a US
it
Navy
is though.
still.
It is.
He said that the UK has the best army.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Which guy said that argument?
Hmm.
Yeah, that person's been trying to give feedbacks to my takes this whole time, and all they've had to say is this guy's stupid. This guy's they're not even giving arguments, and then this is what they drop in here. Yeah, well, we have the best army, so we would win. Oh, okay, then. Like, I don't know about that. If you're talking about the soldier, the people, maybe you can give this argument, but there's no argument whatsoever that America spends more on military than the rest of the world combined. So, like, I don't think you can compete with the numbers of, drones, all the other fucking, like, have you ever seen those videos of those trains just moving all the military fucking vehicles and they just go on for fucking ever? That's not even like a piece of what they have in total. You know what I'm saying? So like they again, America spends more money on their military than every other country combined. I don't know if you can compete
Right.
with that. Like, I just don't know if it's possible to compete with that. That's literally what's made them be able to be such a young fucking country and own shit the way they do so fast. Like, America's not that old, and they've Americanized the fucking world. Everywhere you go in the world, things have been Americanized.
Yep.
But would you say, Easy, that
China,
some of that money spent?
I do buy this few certain places before someone says not everywhere.
But would you say, Easy, that some of the money that's spent in the military could do so much good? Good morning, Princess Angela. Good morning, Di. I know that the Americans spend a lot on their army, and yes, they're the superpower of the world. But would you say that money that was thrown, I don't know how much of it, could be used to help the poor in your country, in America? That would be a better.
Okay, so I agree. There's definitely, it could be used to help the poor in the country. The problem is the systems that are able to be put in place to help the poor. Those systems aren't that great. There hasn't been very good systems that are made to actually tackle what the issues are. First off, when we're talking about homeless people, we have a mixture here. We have people that are mentally unstable. Then you have the addicts. Then you have people that are just that got a shit end of the stick at one point of their life, and things snowballed on them. So you have all these different avenues that you have to tackle already. But they have one problem for all. I mean, one solution for all of them. So it already fucks things up. So it's not. I don't think it's so much the money. I think it's the systems. We haven't figured out proper systems to actually help and fix the problem. Like, for instance, like people who are mentally unstable. Well, we don't have insane asylums anymore. So there's not somewhere for them to go have 24-hour watch always, so people who are addicts, this is a whole problem in itself, being an addict, and then trying to be an addict and become also back a functioning member in society after being homeless already. This is a huge fucking mountain that we haven't even figured out how we can help successfully on a good rate. Or a good success rate. And then the people who have these things snowball on them and say they didn't have family to reach out on and everything else, then they end up turning into an addict or something. So it's a very homelessness is this huge problem that there's not this one thing that just throw money at it and everything's solved. That's not how it works. You just say you give him a house, give a homeless man a house, give him a bunch of money, but he's an addict. Well, you just gave him a place for him to bring all his friends to do drugs for the rest of the time he has the money left, and then he's just going to be back to where he was. It wasn't a solution. So money isn't the solution. It's the systems we have in place.
And our systems are fucked.
Well, no, I would then say that with that drug addict, you offer him a home and you offer him rehab.
That's part of it. But
so offer them a home and then offer them rehab. So, but you got to remember, so would this be a forced rehab or just an offer?
A forced
rehab.
So you would force,
like a re-education camp.
So you would violate.
We could round them all up and stick them in a concentration camp. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely could do that, but would that be the right thing to do?
Right. So that's what I was just gonna ask. So you're gonna violate what you would call their rights, because just a minute ago you didn't want to send people to the army because they don't have a choice. So you want to take away these people's choice and force them into a rehab center, because you'd have to lock them in there, or else they're just going to leave to go find the drugs. So you would have to force it by almost like a jail system, right? So are you willing to do that?
Yeah, because it's for their own good. Anybody that falls down, no, anyone that falls down the drug route, some of the drugs that they do, it takes over their bodies, like H, for example, right? it then becomes like whether you want to or not, an involuntary thing where you're always constantly chasing the high. So with that kind of addiction, yeah, I do believe that they should be in a place where they are treated and can't leave. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd be cool with forcing them to do that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And to be honest, with those certain extreme situations, I'd be for this too. But I think then, like, maybe you can kind of see where I was going now with the military thing, with the pros that come with forcing 2 years of military on all the men.
It would be for their own good.
Country, yeah.
Well,
It'd
not
be for
really.
their own good, and also for
Sure, it would. Instilling discipline on every male in a society for their own good. Sure.
You're comparing a drug addict to a standard everyday 18-year-old boy how is that?
That's not the part that, so the analogous is it's for their own good. The force is for the good of the person. So that's the analogous part. We know, obviously, average person, junkie, two different avenues of life. But the analogous part, the part that connects it, is the force would be good for the person.
Part of that comes with the sentencing. And a lot of times we have forced 90 and 90 days, 90 AA meetings in 90 days.
And like we already do this in certain cases. Like if there's somebody
inpatient programming, inpatient treatment.
Yeah, exactly. So like we do these types of things in certain situations already. And I think this is good. This is a good idea. Sometimes some humans need that push of guidance. They can't do it on their own. They need to be guided. Some people are not can't face logic the same way me and you can, say. You know what I mean? It's just how life is. I always like to say life isn't fair. It's not. It never will be. And this is, people should look at the beauty of this rather than look, because I know when I say that, people go, well, that's depressing. Because earlier too, when I was saying like we don't have rights, you weren't the only one who said it either, Mel. There's people in my chat said it too. Like that seems like a depressing view. But I think accepting this as reality is what gets you past that thought of just like everything's a right. And you kind of like respect a lot of things in a different perspective, as Fatty would say.
So that's
I understand what you're saying, Easy, but I mean, does it have to be such a grim view of the world? If we all changed our mind, we all changed our ways and looked at the positives in life and the good things in life, like love. Am I just being too cheesy?
No, I understand. No, so I understand what you're saying, but it isn't one or the other, right? So like, why can't I just go live like a mermaid and breathe under the water? Like I want to do that.
Okay,
but I'll die if I
do. Breathe under the water.
I don't know, Easy. I think you'd make a beautiful mermaid, half red, half black.
Bears cannot breathe under the water.
That's what I'm saying.
And I did see you sporting your new hairstyle, very slick. I think you'd make a beautiful mermaid.
Hey,
but you would but seriously, I don't know. I just think that sometimes people are just too grim, and that kind of is an attribute to why life sometimes is so shit.
But but the way I said it, Mel, I said you got to look at the beauty of that, right? Like of that fact, right? Like so, like it's grim, yes. The fact that there's these threats and things happening on the bigger scale, that is grim. But the fact that we get to live in peace with our children and family, and we can go and visit them and drive around in cars safely, and this is all because of that grim reality. So I think it's important to remember this, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you want,
and we can lead the world with a situation like NATO. And say we're going to back these other countries that believe in freedom. And when it comes down to it, we're not going to let anybody be a bully on the world stage except for us.
And like, except for us,
Straight up.
You added
Straight up.
that last part just to make it sound like
USA.
Straight up. I mean,
Yeah, but
don't
do
get me
you
wrong.
see where the rest of the world might take issue in that?
Yeah,
No,
that's why we're seen as the bully. That's we are.
can't
That's why we
take
are
on
the
the
bullies
whole
because we are the
world.
bully.
Mm-hmm. You can't take on the whole world, Wolf. You might be a superpower, but you can't. If the world was to
It
turn
would
around,
never be like that. It would never end up that way. So America not only owes so much money to a bunch of different countries, a bunch of countries owe America money. So America is this place that so many people have an incentive to protect. They would rather try to like overthrow the American government before they would ever try to actually just completely destroy it, because again, it's a money hole for the world, right? They were smart. They lended money to a bunch of countries they knew were never going to be able to pay them back, and now they're in debt with a bunch of countries that they're probably never going to be able to pay back themselves. So those countries that they are never going to pay back always want that income to keep coming, and the countries that owe them money have no choice but to fight for them. So like it's America literally put themselves in a spot that I don't think there's any chance that they lose in a world war situation.
Oh no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. It's just I'm sort of going on what Uncle Fatty and Wolf said.
No, I get what you're saying. Like they couldn't take the whole world, and you're right. If the whole world would ever try to go, maybe they wouldn't be able to take it. Maybe not. You know, there's probably the possibility, but the reality is that would never be how it is. It would be more like the whole world with America against like one or two countries.
No, listen, Britain is the first country that is firmly up the US's arse. So, you know, we would just be there going, us too. We you know, because we're such a tiny little country, and everybody knows that even though you used to be our bitch, now
Britain's our first partner.
How do you figure? I mean, that's pretty convoluted and completely inaccurate.
Which bit?
That whole spiel of lies that you just spewed.
What, that you used to be our bitch, now we're your bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, right? We're like the Americans ran away from, you know, she could kind of make a point here. You have to go far back, but
you have to go far back. Yeah. But now we're your bitch, so you win. What do you want me to say, Wolf? You know?
Well, that was the whole point of America.
I wouldn't say that at all.
The reason America became what it became was
I don't look at
they wanted to be able
Britain to as like part of America at all.
It's right.
It was all the people that were like, nah, we ain't living with this fucking queen, king.
Yeah, fuck the queen, fuck the king. Although Australia's still our bitch, and if I'm not mistaken, Canada.
Listen. As much as you guys want to believe, we keep you guys on the money just for your satisfaction. In reality, we're attached to America. America has every incentive for us to be their ally and us them. So we would definitely, if it came down to it, team up with America. There's just no other possible solution. And so we have the superpower on our side. So that's why nobody would.
Listen, we've got the superpower on our side too, because Britain and America like this.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, you know.
I mean, I'm just joking around. I mean, Wolf, who's extremely patriotic. Yeah, we're fucking around. Wolf, which is extremely patriotic, which is beautiful, you know, but sometimes I like to bring a little bit more of like a worldview to a panel.
Yeah, I get, yeah.
And having spoken to many different nationalities, I'm always arguing for America. But even you should see our Sunday dinners, like, and we're just like English, British, Italian, and the arguments that we have back and forth about what American stands for. And it's very conflicted. Not everybody's
conflicted in America. So like that's the thing within America itself, even, right? Because there's so many different cultures and religions and races and everything that's in America that this is even something that happens within itself, right? There's literally a civil war in America. You know what I mean? So like, it's literally happened within America too.
Yeah, like I said, it's only I'm trying to bring different opinions, and I'd love to be able to have different people from different countries. If there's any Australians in the chat that want to come and contribute, because obviously, like I said, I understand what America stands for and what it is, but not a lot of people might agree with what I think America is and what it stands for. I look at America
What do you think America stands for?
No, for me, I personally, I look at America as our protectors. There's a lot of people that would disagree with that.
Right. Well, America stands for justice, freedom, and liberty.
Sorry, I was just reading chat. Okay. I was just saying how I viewed America.
Right.
But a lot of people would disagree, especially from the other side of the world. No?
I'm not looking at the chat, so I'm gonna assume that half is that we're the bully, and half
No.
is
The chat's not saying anything.
No. Like the question that I asked was to Mel was, what does she think that America stands for?
No, that's a different. Stands for.
Right.
Okay, stands for what you said.
Global standpoint. I mean,
Right.
I've been on some panels.
Freedom, liberty, and justice.
Yeah. And I think the world right now is holding their breath, trying to figure out what the fuck's going to happen with freedom, liberty, and justice and democracy in general.
Well, America's not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. So that's where a lot of people got that wrong. America is not a democracy. No, it's a constitutional republic. It's not a democratic republic.
Constitutional implies inherently that it is a democratic.
No, absolutely not.
It does. And the Federalist Papers would say so, for sure.
Wait, it's definitely a democracy. What do you mean? Sorry, I'm confused.
Republic.
Wait,
no. Just because people are using the word democracy doesn't make it so. Right?
Do you guys
America has always been a constitutional republic, and that's a different form of government than a constitutional democracy. It's two different types of governing
a constitutional
systems.
Democracy is not a democratic republic. And we are a democratic republic.
No, we're a constitutional republic.
Just as well as we are a constitutional. Yes, we're both.
I was just about to say yes and yes,
they
right?
Go hand in hand.
Like you guys govern yourselves, right? It's a representative because people choose elected officials, right? But it's a republic because the government derives its power from the people.
In theory, yeah.
So I was just about to go make myself tea, but the panel's gone quiet. How come? Hey, Waffles. It's not a democracy, representative constitutional republic.
Correct.
I always thought it was a democracy.
No, absolutely not. That's a misconception.
Can you
not a government by the people? Is it rule of majority?
Can you tell me why, Wolf, you don't think...
Am I muted over there?
No, I can hear you. So can we get some argument to why it's either a democracy or a representative constitutional republic? Because I'm a little bit confused.
They're just two different forms of government.
The same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. They're different.
Can you elaborate, Wolf?
Well, let's see. Yeah. I mean, I can look some stuff up here maybe to find
there's
like a
nuance
versus.
Between, which I'm trying to pull up too, but there's
because I thought it being a democracy.
Democracy is, I don't know what we're even arguing. Democracy is a government by the people, rule of the majority, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is literally what democracy is. What do you think? I'm just like, what is your like understanding that like makes it not a democracy? I'm confused.
Well, it just isn't. America, the United States of America, just is not a democracy.
Do you guys wait? Do you guys vote in your supreme power?
Well, all right. Both a democracy and a republic are voting systems of government. But just because they're both voting system of government doesn't mean that they're the same.
Right. So wait, but like, is it vested in the people and exercised to them directly or indirectly through a system of representation involving periodically held free elections?
What?
Because that is
what are you reading from?
The definition of democracy.
Okay. All right. What did you say?
Well, I thought Chuck said is not what Chuck said accurate. Chuck said definition: a republic is a representative form of government and is ruled according to a charter or constitution, and a democracy is a government that is ruled according to the will of the majority.
Yep.
Right.
So how is your government?
I got it pulled up on here.
Come into power.
So there's different. All right. So what is the difference between a republic and a democracy? Republics and democracies both provide a political system in which citizens are represented by elected officials who are sworn to protect their interests. All right. So that's a similarity. In a pure democracy, laws are made directly by the voting majority, leaving the rights of the minority largely unprotected. In a republic, laws are made by representatives chosen by the people and must comply with a constitution that specifically protects the rights of the minority from the will of the majority.
Right. So is the answer yes and yes then?
The United States can be defined as a federal constitutional representative democracy. We might also call it a federal constitutional republic, because a republic and a democracy inherently are the same thing. There's nuances between the two words, but the two words are basically have the same meaning. That we are.
Well, it has to do with the majority and the minority, right? The rights and laws.
Depends on the perspective of the minority compared to the majority. So it's really the same thing is what I'm saying. There's really, is the United States a democracy? Yes. The United States is a democracy since we, the people, hold the ultimate power.
Yeah, it's still a democracy because you guys vote. If you vote,
we're a representative.
It's a democracy automatically.
We vote for our representatives. Our representatives inherently go to Washington, D.C. to get paid to do a corporation's bidding and not ours. Right? That's the problem. They're not, we're not a direct democracy. We don't represent each individuals. We don't take our own person to Congress. We don't all have a vote in Congress. We have representatives to do that for us. So we're a representative democracy. We're a republic, representative.
Oh, LW in the back. Right? Does anybody know LW in the back? Oh, that's you. Is that Lionel? Is that you?
So when I type in, is the USA a republic or a democracy into a Google search engine, it says, while often categorized as a democracy, the United States is more accurately defined as a constitutional federal republic. What does this mean? Constitutional refers to the fact that the government in the United States is based on a constitution, which is the supreme law of the United States.
Right.
And
so this one says
that
the
is a
same thing,
quote
just in a
from
different
the
way.
U.S. Embassy.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it, right? So, like, listen.
Oh, sorry,
So
LW.
Congress is split into two chambers, right? House and Senate. Who votes those people? Who votes for those people?
We do.
Right. So
That doesn't mean
democracy.
they vote in our interest. Yeah. So yeah.
LW, sorry, darling. I didn't realize it was you because I didn't recognize because I got my head up my arse most of the time. Come back up, darling. What was the question? Sorry.
Yeah, so grunge here in my chat. I love it. He makes a. It's. I mean, this is why I always say rights are not. Nobody has what they think is rights. Grunge is saying here, it's too many things. You have rights, but then you don't have rights. You can't be subject to search, but then you can. It's again. It's a. Again, I wasn't saying you were wrong, but I'm not wrong either. You know that, like Fatty was saying, it is a democracy.
I mean,
Hey,
I
Mel,
can
thanks
see
for
how
bringing me
I
up.
see how it can be perceived that way. Yeah.
Hi, LW. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome to the panel.
Well, I appreciate you letting me on. Thank you.
Well, no, it's only because
Oh.
I don't know you that well. I get a little bit paranoid because sometimes
Oh yeah, I get it.
fake butt cheeks and all sorts in my panel.
Well, I was in another chat, and Multi in the chat, he was talking about how he was in this chat, so I came over.
Okay, cool. No worries. Hi. It's only because I'm sick and tired of seeing things on panel that shouldn't be on panel.
Right? I get it. I get it.
But if anybody wants to shake their bits in the backstage, please feel free.
I think that was in the chat earlier when I said that I joined because the crank discussion. I said I joined a panel one time and I saw like 4 people shake their cranks before.
Oh, okay.
They did the helicopter and the whole routine. It was pretty wild.
The whirlybird?
Yeah,
Oh my
it
God.
was.
I haven't seen the whirlybird since prison.
And so Hornet's backing you up too, Fatty. He said the constitutional republic refers to the code of law we use, and that's
Right, and
exactly
it's even
what it is.
Well,
basically that
when we look at it, like, all right, so the two main political
best
parties
described.
here in the United States are the Republicans and the Democrats. And right there, just in their names, you've got two basically warring factions that are fighting for control over the nation. One is a Republic party, and the other one is a democracy party, right? And there's this tug of war that's going on between the political parties, right?
Well, it's all
So,
broken down.
I can see both sides of the issue on it, you know.
Well,
But
America, it's all broken down to local because I mean, like whatever AOC or the Marjorie Taylor Greene lady,
sure.
those people
Well,
are
if
voted on by just local little districts in New York.
Right. Well, LW, I mean, if you're going like that deep into it, then it absolutely is a constitutional republic.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's like the president. Like, you don't become president from a popular vote. You don't have to.
Mm-mm. Right.
But and it's widespread over the whole country. I mean, there's some places in the country that have ranked choice voting, and a whole lot of the country doesn't have that. So it's really not one thing nailed down onto how people are elected.
Right. I mean, I don't know.
I'm confused to what you're saying. So you're saying like,
well, like up in Maine,
like
I think Maine
like,
and a bunch of northeastern states, they have ranked choice voting. So you vote for your number 1 person and your number 2 person. So if your number 1 person doesn't make it, your vote automatically goes to the number 2 person. and there's other states that don't do that at all. I mean, it's 50 different governments in America.
Okay, but they're still voting, right? It's still
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But how
you're
everybody
saying it's not
is
a
elected is
democracy, or
completely different.
you were just stating that right now.
Right.
but easy. Like just the fact that people can vote, people into a rulership position, that's not the determining factor whether or not it's a republic or a democracy, because both are voting
Right. So
systems.
I'm not the one saying the either or thing. That's you doing that. I am just saying it is a democracy by definition as well.
Well, not according to the government.
I mean, isn't Fatty got something pulled up here? I had something earlier, but I dropped it because Fatty had this. But wasn't this just explaining it right here? So we can both pull up things that say the opposite, but we just have to break down the definitions ourselves.
Well, that's not a government website, but my eyesight, I have trouble with my eyesight, so I haven't been reading this.
Well, it's a .org, so it's not like it's more than like it's more NPR. Reliable in this sense.
Well, I mean, when you Google,
I can't see what it says right now.
It's NPR. So,
okay. Well, I mean, when you Google,
it's NPR, but
when you Google who can menstruate, the first thing that pops in is that everybody can menstruate and have periods. So, I mean, we can all Google things and say that. So,
is that Google LW? Is that what it says?
Yeah, Google it. Go to Google and type "who can menstruate" and pull it up.
I know. I'm going to do that.
Do it right now.
I'm doing it.
Right.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it's not. It says.
I've done it before.
I said a common term used in academia to account for adolescent girls, women, transgender men, so that would be biological women, non-binary, which they're obviously talking about biological women again, and agender people, once again, biological women, and the other gender minorities that all lead back to biological women. So again, there's these gender definitions included here, but when we're talking about biology, that's
so what you're saying. What you're saying is it should say women can menstruate.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's a whole nother argument on the words, how like gender and sex are tied in with each other. But this is like a less important thing to me when we we can all understand the differences when it comes to biology, right? Like,
I don't want to get into that debate.
They're the same, right? Like, no one here is making the argument.
Yeah, right. My only point was, when you like people say Google something, right? So let's say you want to, like what you were talking about early, climate change. If you Google it, the algorithms and how they have it, the first things that are going to pop up or everything for that climate change is bad.
Okay, so can you go down a little bit?
And they've done that. And
on your screen, Mel?
And they've done that on YouTube too.
Before you change this, don't change the Google yet. Wait, don't change that search yet. Go scroll down a little bit. Usually they'll say like people also ask. See right there, the first one. Go back up.
Go up a little bit.
Can a biological man just click the arrow at the corner there now? Click that arrow. So right here, you can be born with female sexual organs like a uterus, ovaries, and vagina, and identify as a male or non-binary, but still get a period. So this is them saying right here, you have to be a biological female to get a period.
Right, and I know for a fact that that's been changed over because this was an argument that came up like a year ago. Everybody was posting it. I looked it up because I didn't believe it. And they changed the algorithm, just like on YouTube.
Well, it's not like that now. So
just like on YouTube, they changed the algorithms. I'm not here for or against like something like Alex Jones, right? Like I remember when he did the Joe Rogan podcast, it did 25 million views. So the old YouTube algorithm, if you typed in Alex Jones, Joe Rogan in the old algorithm, that would pop up first because it had 25 million views. But when you typed it in, that was like you had to go to like page 14 to find that back in the day. And now they've changed it again. It pops right up.
Yeah, so anyways, right here, what you're saying, showing here again, it's saying regardless of their gender identity. So it's just saying that no matter what you identify as, if you were born female, you can get a period, right? That's all this is saying.
And this here is saying there's a difference too between menstruation and actually having a physical period.
Not everybody who gets a period identifies as a girl or a woman.
Hi, Flo.
I've been kind of saying this for years, and I know Flo would definitely.
He's in the chat.
Men have periods. Okay, men go through menstruation. We all know a guy out there somewhere that is a kind of a wussy guy, kind of a whatever the kid that would get bullied in school, let's say. But we also know guys on the masculine side of this point where every 2 weeks they're a different person and don't understand, and men in general don't understand as well as women do because of their physical periods that they have. Just because we don't have a physical
stop
thing that we need to do.
Stop, Fatty, just stop.
We do.
Menstruation, no. Menstruation is a biological thing that happens in only biological females because it is the monthly cycle of a woman preparing for pregnancy. Okay, that is literally there's nothing else you can. Men do not get this, dude.
I know this. Tell me something.
So why did you just say that men get it?
Periods too. That's Flo, by the way, not me.
Somebody named Flo is talking about menstruation. I like that.
As well as women do. We have a
cycle.
cycle?
Okay. Like, what do you mean by a cycle?
Yes. Just as well as women do.
No, come on.
Ours doesn't include.
This is a biological thing. What are you talking about that happens in men? What is
this? Is a troll, right?
No.
I don't think
Flo? No, Flo's not a troll.
No, Fatty.
No, this
break this down quickly. No. Don't go all over the place. Wait, Fatty, listen to my question. Just before we do it. What are you talking about exactly is happening when you're saying men have a cycle too? Like, what is happening during the cycle? Because, like, when we talk about a woman's period, it's literally her biological body preparing for pregnancy. It's a natural thing that happens to most biological females. What are you saying happens to a man?
What cycle does the women's cycle correspond with? The moon. What also affects men?
Wrong. No, wrong. Women's cycles do not correspond with the moon. That's not true.
No. I made a joke about this just earlier in the chat. I said next will be conversation about the moon and flat Earth.
No.
No, we don't talk about.
I will not even.
I promise, Mel. I won't bring up flat Earth.
There's no evidence whatsoever that moons have any effect on women's period, and I will not entertain that conversation because that's not real.
It's not Faye. Okay. Look, my periods don't coincide when every time there's a full moon. Otherwise, every woman on earth will be having their periods at the same time.
No, I understand that. Yeah, it's because we have different polarity.
I'm asking the men on panel. Do you have periods?
You get a group of women together long enough. They're
you know what? I'm gonna save you, Fatty. I'm going to save you right now, okay? I know this isn't what you mean, but I'm just going to ask you anyway.
I already know the fucking
Do you mean that, like, men with, like, really high testosterone tend to be more aggressive? Is this what you're trying to point out, or?
No.
Okay. I tried to save you, but now we're back to...
Shit.
woo-woo. It's not
on
real,
screen
right?
right
The
here.
moon has nothing to do with how men act. There's nothing that the
I
moon
know,
does
it's
to
on screen.
affect us biologically. Same with women. Like their period literally has nothing to do with the moon, right? Nothing, not at all. Like the moon literally has no effect on a woman's period.
Look, it's on screen right now. It's on screen right now.
I'll bring it up, Fatty. I'll entertain it for a minute.
That's the great thing about Google.
There's
You
no
can find everything
moon
that
affects
The
the
moon
human
affects
physical health.
human, mental, and physical health. So
And
did
it's-
you just want to prove my point, or I don't understand?
Right? Because yes, it's a fucking troll. Of course it is.
You fucking dickhead.
See, I called it.
It's a way to get men to fucking actually think about the fact that they have feelings. Is all it is. Okay. It's just it's a way of getting. It's like I observe. It's like I observe flatness on men's chests, but I know
Men
that there
have
are actually
feelings.
ripples there.
Men have feelings,
So
of
it's
course.
just a way of,
things are
getting people to open
expressed in a different way.
their eyes to the fact that. But in general, if you do look at it and if you pay any attention to the astrology at all, shit gets weird on the full moon.
Men get weird on the full moon, you mean? Not shit. Men get weird on the full moon. In my observations.
That is weird. I just read something the other
Or is
day.
this a myth that is so worldwide that everyone puts themselves in a state of mind that something bad is happening during a full moon and everybody gets into this pattern of doing
manifest
stupid
it?
shit on full moons because they put themselves in that mind
Now we're
state ahead
talking.
of time? You know what I'm saying? So like if I go into a room after I stub my toe, nobody's probably getting a high. I'm like, yeah, cool. What's up? If I go into a room after I just got a blowjob, everybody's getting high fives. What's up? Yo, hey, I'm feeling good, homie. What's good? You know, so like I think if you're in a state of mind that something bad's gonna happen, it's a full moon. Well, you start to point out the things that probably would have just happened anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Now I will say
Existential
this: my ex-wife was a RN in an emergency room. The full moon nights were crazy. You had all the psych patients in there. She would come home and be like, I had to fight a psych patient. He was jerking off in the hallway and tried to fight a nurse, and we had to call the cops. And she'd be like, "It's full moon."
And my panels do go fucking apeshit when it's a full moon. They do.
But like you notice this everywhere. I'm promise you. I think it's because we're looking for it. If I look for things, I can point out anything. So like I'll say like very easily like I think Mel that you are working in secret with someone right now because you keep giving them hand signals, touching your hair. That must be a hand signal. I think that's a hand signal. Yep, I believe so. Yep.
It's like the first base and third base coach in baseball.
Hair, because I said
Got the catcher, he's doing his hand signals between his legs.
So she's telling somebody to steal home.
Any conspiracy can come out. That's why for me, with conspiracies, I'm really hard on them because I love conspiracies, but I also don't like the ones that fuck up the ones that are actually worth looking into.
Well, conspiracies are, there's some crazy ones, but really the whole thing, conspiracy, is just corruption and people are corrupt. So it's not that big of a logical step.
You worked out the whole thing between me and Flo. Damn. Sorry, Flo, I gave it up. No, I don't know. Huh?
I just laughed. Gotcha. Got him.
Got it. No, I don't know. I don't know if there's any scientific proof that full moon happens and men go a bit mad, but those are my observations that when it is a full moon, men just
I understand. Yeah, I understand, but let me give you another alternative. Do you think it would be beneficial if I could convince a bunch of people to be scared on a certain day so that maybe I could have them off their game for that day to take advantage of certain things?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a full moon controls the ocean tides. I mean,
That has nothing to do with our biology, though, or our psychology. The only thing
Yeah,
with the
and that
full
doesn't
moon
have
that
anything to
affects
do
our
with a full
psychology is
moon
them
either.
telling us that the full moon does something, or not them. It's just us having this myth of the full moon with the werewolves and the full moon this, full moon that, right? Like that's the psychology that's affecting us. Other than that, there's nothing that indicates full moons actually affect us in any way.
well, but that goes against everything else in the world. I mean,
How so?
you can have two people standing next to the same tree, and one is allergic to it, and the other one isn't. I mean, it's how
I don't know
everything
what that
works.
even means. How does can you tell me how you like sorry, can you tell me how you like what's the analogous here? I'm just confused, sorry.
Well, I mean, everything affects everybody different. I mean, you can't. I mean, the world is a mystery. I mean, I know you can't Google everything about life, but it's just a weird thing.
Well, I understand that, but I can't. It's weird
There
to make
isn't
that as your debate.
there isn't some scientific proof from everything in the world. A lot of it comes from human experience. That's why I have
right, but there's no
multiple. I mean,
right, but this is okay. So oh, I don't even know how to fucking engage with something like this. So we just nothing is
nothing is what?
nothing. You just can't trust nothing, and everything could be real. Like unicorns. You think unicorns are real?
Unicorns are real, dude. Don't even go there.
What's up with you, not Stone? Easy. Unicorns are real.
I have a daughter. I have to tell her that unicorns aren't real. Yeah.
All right, but realistically,
that's pretty
unicorns aren't real, right?
Hyperbolic example, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, not really.
Yeah, it is.
How so?
You asked me if unicorns are real.
Right.
Dragons
But
are real.
not everything has explanation. Why do you need scientific proof of unicorns? See, we go into
No, that's very simple.
Why is this picture right here
very
not
simple.
real?
That's a very simple way of thinking.
No, your way was the simple way. Not questioning things is the simple way. Not requiring demonstrable evidence for your belief is what I think. I think the only thing that I don't question people on with this is faith, and there's reasonings behind this. But that's a whole different conversation. When we're talking about being logic about facts of reality, yet we can't just say there's a bunch of stories of Bigfoot, so yeah, Bigfoot's out there.
Well, what explains
what
explains people that are very spiritual in nature, even if they're atheist or believe in a god or whatever? How can you explain those how can you explain those difference where some people just aren't spiritual and some people are, and some people are? I mean, to explain things down to,
I don't understand. I just said to you, when it comes to religions, this is the one I don't debate people on. Well, I have debated certain people on it, but this isn't my question for what we're talking about right now. So if you're gonna tell me then that,
well, yeah, your question to me is, are unicorns
affecting
real?
us comes from it's just a faith thing. Okay, that's fine. We can just concede at this. I can't argue with your faith. I don't know. You can have. You don't even have a reason for the faith. It's just we see things. So I just, if you don't have a reason for your faith, I can't really. I can't. That's like me trying to argue with you about something that you know is.
Well, that would be blind faith, right? Blind faith.
Well, that's exactly what that is. That's what that is. No, like he's saying that he has anecdotal experience of the full moon affecting people.
No, I just have multiple nurses in my family who all say the night before there was 15 patients, and on every full moon there's 75 patients.
Right. Like there is an established pattern of like increased chaos worldwide on full moons.
Okay,
yeah, but somebody who just goes crazy and runs through the parking lot with their underwear
amazing. Can you demonstrate this though for me? Like you telling me someone told you that's cool. Guess what, guys? Guess what?
No, I think
I got a phone call just now. There is cars transforming into fucking robots fighting in New York City right now.
I'm not lying to you. I don't have any point. I don't care about this point either.
Right now, I just got the message right now. It's It's a crazy video. 2 transformers fighting each other. It's fucking insane, bro.
Did they fuck a unicorn?
No, but I'm sure a unicorn is somewhere here. Like if they're gonna be anywhere, this is the spot. But you see why can you understand my skepticism of you just saying things?
Well, it's scientific that the moon affects the ocean tides. I mean, somebody said earlier that it has nothing to do with it, but that's scientific. So I don't know what you're.
But the ocean tides, what makes you think that it affects you because it affects the ocean tides?
Well, it doesn't affect on the gravitational forces.
That's my point. It doesn't affect me. Just like I'm the only one in my family that I'm deathly allergic to cats. Like if somebody throws a cat in a room with me and shuts the door, I'll be dead in 15 minutes. But nobody else in my family, and nobody can explain it. I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Okay, well that's fine. That's all fine, and I just choose not to believe it because you don't know. Right? Like
I'm not asking you to believe it.
I know you weren't. I was stating my stance. I just saying why I don't believe it. It's just there's nothing to tell me why it would have an effect on anybody's biology.
Well, a fucking cat has an effect on my biology. But no one else I've ever met in my life has it. So I don't know.
Sorry, say that again.
So a cat has an effect on my biology, but nobody in my life that I know has that same thing.
A cat?
So I don't know.
What? I'm confused.
I just said it a minute ago. Like I can be in a room with a cat for 20 minutes, and I'll go in. My lungs will collapse, and I go into all this shit. And I could die, but nobody in my family has that. Nobody I know has that.
Okay.
So, it's the same thing with the nurses' experiences with the full moon that I know. My ex-wife, her friends, they all say it. My aunt, who's a nurse, my friend, I have like 4 friends who are nurses. They all say the same thing.
Hospitals are definitely affected.
So, I don't know. You don't know.
Wait, but like you're saying because
I think what it comes down to with the
you're saying because one person can be allergic to something and one person can't, this is like evidence to the moon affecting people?
No, I don't understand how you don't understand what I'm saying.
Definitely affected though. Hospitals are definitely affected by the full moon. Those are numbers that can be shown. I think it comes down to the fact that corporations always change their paydays from the 1st and 15th.
Oh, here we go with the troll again.
No, for real though, because people tend to get more fucked up right after they get their paychecks.
Listen,
no, really though.
There's literally
part of the argument.
Specific gene variations that cause people. Do you not believe in like evolution?
Paydays correspond with the full moon and the no moon.
Okay, dude. Chill
for
a second with that.
I just wanted to join in when y'all were talking about democracy. I don't know how we got it leveled on this.
Well, I'm just interested. I like picking people's brains when they think things. I like this is just this is what I do. You know what I mean? But I'm just
see where the conversation goes.
My thing with the allergy thing is do you believe in evolution? like in human beings? Like, do you believe humans have any type of evolution in them? Do you think they evolve in whatsoever? Micro evolution, macro evolution, any of them? Do you believe in any of it?
Well, yeah, just I mean, the way people eat are different now. I mean, the jawline. I mean, everything. Yeah, to a point.
Like there's people who have like the reason we're able to drink milk is because like a long time ago, the people who started drinking milk, that were able to digest it, they had benefits from the milk, and that's why people are able to digest milk. Well, maybe you don't, but I'm saying that's why people are able to now. Right?
I wouldn't call that evolution. I would call that devolution.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. Doesn't make that what it is. So,
right, because people had to adapt.
Allergies, right? These are gene variations. That's where allergies come from. Gene variations. This is where allergies come from. That's why some people are allergic to peanut butter. They'll die if they eat it, and some people aren't.
Well, that wasn't a thing until like fucking 40 years ago. But
from what makes you know that? A lot of people,
nobody ever had it.
Right. Thank you. So there was nothing. So you want people to be allergic to peanut butter before peanut butter existed? Explain that theory to me. How do we do that?
Peanut butter wasn't allergic to peanut butter wasn't around in the 80s. What are you talking about?
No. So you're gonna say there was nobody allergic to peanuts back then?
I don't know. I was born in the late 70s.
I've
never heard
arguing it for no reason. So let's move on.
There was no thing in school about we have to watch out for people with peanut
allergies. I know. I didn't learn this in school though. I literally go into biology for fun because I love biology, and like what you're saying is barbaric, right? Because we have allergies, the moon affects us. I just don't know. Well, there's people who do know why we have allergies.
What he's saying is
woo woo. There's literal reasons, scientific reasons on why we have allergies.
There's also scientific reasons
for the moon affecting human biology. There's none whatsoever. There's no proof on it whatsoever. So like I don't understand why we're even like saying, well, people get allergic to things and I don't know why that happens. So like it just seems there's no analogous here.
Well, like an allergy can affect one person and not affect another person. The moon can affect one person and not affect another person.
But we have no scientific proof for it affecting anybody, and we have plenty scientific proof for people being allergic to peanut butter. So again, it's not the same.
I don't know.
And there's a lot of scientific proof that people are allergic to more things now, like peanuts and all this shit right now, because of chemicals in the food and medications and lack of vitamin D. There's all kinds of studies on that stuff, but there was on how things have changed. Because the entire world wasn't people working indoors for 9 hours a day and not being in the sun and stuff like that. So that's another part of like evolution. People weren't meant to sit in front of a computer 17 hours a day.
I don't. Okay, but oh my gosh. But we were talking about the moon affecting your biology. All these things you're saying doesn't mean anything to what, like all those things have scientific reasons, biological reasons of why these things happen to us. People just saying, well, I see bad things happen when there's a full moon, so it must mean like.
Hey, I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just telling you what people tell me.
When it's the full moon.
Okay. You want to focus on the moon thing? I don't know.
It makes me happy.
What? Yes, because you're a wolf.
Oh, it's snowboarding.
Okay, so the conclusion is we don't really know.
When I ended up on the moon.
What was that, Fatty?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to run to the washroom.
Room the other night.
Anyone talks to me and I don't answer, that's why.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people. I know there's no scientific evidence, which I think is what LW was saying, but people have noted that weird shit happened on the full moon. There's no scientific evidence to link the two together, but
because it hasn't been studied.
Oh, you think that's what it is because it's not been studied?
Well,
That's what I think.
like there is statistics though. All right. So there is statistical evidence that there is increased chaos in human behavior revolving around the full moon. So the police forces around the world in the cities and stuff, the hospitals, they increase their staff on those days because they know they're going to have an influx of patients and arrests.
But here's my point on that. There's no way to statistically prove anything, because do you think, like when I talk about my ex-wife or nurses in my family and doctors in my family, do you think that when they see this anecdotal, quote unquote, anecdotal evidence, do you think that they report that to a system, to a government survey? No,
but a lot of things do. And
no, they don't. There's no
phenomenon is something I'm sure there's lots of people who have tried studying it. That's why when you Googled it, the first answer was there's no proof that there's anything that the full moon has effect on biology or psychology.
Okay, we don't often have a silent panel. Wolf, since you're a wolf, what's your opinion?
I like the moon.
No, but do you find that you change on the moon when there is a full moon?
I do. I get horny as hell.
Oh, okay. Is that like a common consensus around men? Because I'm going out on the full moon.
I have noticed my cheese intake increases on a full moon.
Cheese intake?
Yeah, because the moon is made of cheese, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So when there's a full moon, you're definitely going for nachos.
Exactly.
Voy, hang on. Voy, you have to come on panel because I can't have you in chat. You said you got so much to say about this. Come up.
I want to hang out with that guy who has a lot of nachos.
I don't like nachos. I think they're gross.
Really?
Oh, nachos are yummy.
No, they're gross. I don't know. The nachos in England are gross.
Bro.
Hang on. Who's in the backstage? Who's in the back? It's Voy.
Yay.
Hi, darling.
Hey, boy.
Yeah, since you insisted on oh, can't you hear me?
I can hear you. Carry on.
Better now.
No, I can hear you, darling.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, I can hear you too.
I can hear you.
What do you want? I mean, since you insisted on me coming on here, I thought I'd come, but I'd rather be in chat. You know, I mean.
Well, no, it's because you said you've got so much to say on this subject, and I was just wondering what you had to say on the subject.
Well, first of all, I mean, Fatty and Speak Easy are such.
No insults. Be nice.
Yeah, they're so influenced by all the scientists and the media and the propaganda that it really irks me. You know, because they're actually quite intelligent and well-informed men, and I'd like to see them do something with that. You know, that's my take on it, and I don't want to convince these guys of the opposite, to be honest. So that's why I have a lot to say about it, but I don't feel that they're available for that information. So that's my take.
But I'm still willing to hear it and not call you an asshole.
Yeah, that's okay. But I was talking to Mel.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody on this panel is intelligent, and I think that you know, there's nobody on this panel that's stupid. I don't always necessarily believe in all statistics, because sometimes I think statistics are a narrative. That's my opinion.
Right.
Sometimes.
I mean, it's very easy to lie with statistics.
How do you differentiate the statistics that are true and which ones are false?
I don't
Well,
know.
right off the bat, I can tell you. I mean, geez, it's way late, but I don't know how many times I've seen a study, an American study with 330 million people, and you'll see some headline of study shows this, and you look at the study and they break it down. It's 1,100 people.
Right. Yeah.
There's 330 million people. How do you glean any sort of political study? Like I remember in 2016, ABC News, big ABC News, they had Hillary Clinton winning by 13%. What that would equate to in American terms was was Hillary winning 49 states out of 50.
How do you make a difference?
And when you look at the study, when you looked at their poll, they interviewed 600 people. So I mean,
yeah, this is what they do, and sometimes even these groups are actually selected because they want to have a certain outcome, and so they will go to a certain area, or they will ask for, they will request for certain.
No, I think that's what that's what people who don't trust stats do. People who don't trust stats will pick and choose based off their biases.
Usually, the people that do the inquiries, they get this order from a company that wants a certain result, right? And these inquirers know where to put the queries for that result, or for something that will be close to the result, and they're not even lying, but they're just, let's say, they're just
so how do you, can anyone answer?
Do you hear what I'm
how
saying?
do you tell the difference between which stats are real?
I would say that would just be dishonest, then, like dishonest poll taking, right? Because an honest poll would take a random group of people 3 or more times and then average the results.
Right. Yeah, that would be a good quality query, or statistic, so to say. But that's not always what happens. Usually it's just they know what result the company wants, and they're going to get it for them without, with being as close as to the truth as they can.
Okay, so once again, if anyone can answer, the people who don't believe in stats, how do you tell the difference between which ones are real and which ones are not?
That's hard to do, but you have to look at the method, right?
Can I give an example?
Yeah.
Can I give an example?
Yes, please.
Well, if you can answer my question, for sure, yeah.
Well, years back in American politics, there was politicians going up and saying 97% of scientists say climate change is real and blah, blah, blah. It's all humans. When you dig deep into that, they said it for a decade. When you dig deep into it, you realize that it was one guy who did a study, and he did a questionnaire, and it was a very simple questionnaire that he sent out to a group of scientists. He didn't send them to all the scientists in the world. He just sent it to a group of scientists, and the ones that responded said yes. It was just a simple question, yes or no. They said yes. Now, not all the scientists even responded to the questionnaire, to the study. But it's like you doing a study and you go out and you just ask a handful of people, and 97% of your results, you say this is a fact, when it's impossible to send. Every scientist did not agree with that. That's a perfect
don't-
example.
Stats,
But politicians, they
fact.
had no problem
And are you
with
going to
going
answer my
around saying
question at
97%
all
of
during
scientists
this
in the
big
world
rambling
agree.
about like one study that you found that you said is this and that? Like, do you have?
It's a
anything
study
to
that was
tell me
quoted by
how
world
to find the
politicians
difference?
for a decade.
If you don't, you could just say no. If you like, Mel, she said I don't know because she doesn't
No,
believe all stats. But when I asked her how she sees the difference between them, she said I don't know. If you're the same boat, just say that instead of doing all this fucking like you're going on about all this stuff that doesn't answer the question at all.
what I just said is a fact.
No, oh my god. Even if it was a fact, even if I were to concede to you right now that everything you said was a fact, you still haven't told me how you see the difference between true statistics and false statistics. What do you use to tell the difference of this?
The majority.
The majority what?
Well, like, okay, let's go ahead and take you can't even say that word on YouTube, the C word.
Oh yeah, we call it the big C over here.
The big
Yeah.
C. I don't want to ruin Mel's channel, so I'll say the big C. From before the big V, from all the way through, 99% of people are
not going to tell me how to tell
oh
the
my
difference.
god.
Dude, all you keep doing is giving me examples of when you say you saw something that was fucking false. I don't care about what you saw.
Okay, so let me flip it. Let me flip it on you.
I want to know
What makes you what? Let me flip it on you. What makes you prove that it's correct? What makes you prove it?
Wait. So you want me to give you the answer now?
Yeah, I want you
You're
to give
gonna
you.
ask
I want
my
you to give me
question,
the
give
answer
you the answer
of what
No,
makes
sir,
what.
That's not how that works. I'm not giving you the answer to the question I just asked you.
Because when
know
I
the
give you
answer.
my answer, you
Why would
interrupt
why would
me
I
and
do
tell me
that?
I'm bullshit.
To make myself come on now.
So if
Come on.
I can't give
Just
my
say
answer
you
to
can't answer it. That's fine.
no, you interrupt. So if you
But you're
interrupt me
giving me
when
an
I try to
example.
give my answer,
Oh,
so
my
now
God.
it's on you. Tell me how do you
I
prove it?
interrupted that last answer because you were just going on again with an
Because you didn't
example.
like it. Because you didn't
No,
like
but you're
it.
going on with examples and you're not even answering my question.
I tried to. In the middle of it, you interrupted me. You have to give me some specific thing that you're talking about here. Instead of some vague thing.
You made the claim.
You just
made
give
the
an
claim that a
example
lot
of
of statistics are false. So I said, how do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference between a false statistics and a true statistic?
Well,
How do you
just coming
tell
between
the difference?
with a short view on that? I mean, since he is not able to give you the an acceptable answer, he tried twice. Do you have the answer? Because if he would,
Oh my gosh, you are the one.
I'm just asking. Do you have the answer?
Okay, I'll give a quick. I'll give a quick.
You don't
I'll give
answer
a.
that, do you?
I'll
You
give.
don't want to answer that.
It's okay. You
I'll
don't
give a
have an
quick.
answer. It's okay.
I'll give a quick answer. Some hospital close to where I live, during the C word, the news headlines all across the city were the specific hospital, their COVID admissions were up 100%. And that's what it made through the city. And everybody freaked out. When you went into it, went into the details after weeks and weeks of this and look at it, it went from 4 people to 8. But how they portrayed how they lied with those statistics didn't tell the whole story to everybody. Everybody all saw the hospitalizations went up 100%, 100%. Everybody freaked out. They were wearing masks in their car with the windows rolled up, driving by themselves. And when you looked into it, it went from 4 to 8. And they were all over fucking 80 years old.
And that's
so
how you lie with
that's how you can lie with statistics.
In certain spots of the country, sure.
Yeah, you're
certain
just
spots,
not going to answer.
I also saw spots of the country where they were at max capacity and treating people in tents out in driveways and parking lots.
Oh,
I mean, so there's extremes on both sides of that argument. So it's not.
Yeah, and I also saw nurses doing TikTok videos in an empty hospital. So what does that tell me statistically?
That different parts of the country were affected differently.
Doesn't tell you anything statistically.
Right.
It tells you that a nurse did a TikTok in a hospital. It doesn't tell you anything statistically. You guys don't even. It's so weird that you guys seem to have these strong beliefs about something you really can't give me even an example of why you believe it. So I'll give you the answer, right? The difference between false statistics and true statistics, right? You
Did you look it up?
scrutinize
Right?
the
Because
data sources. No, stop. You wanted my answer, so stop. You scrutinize the data sources, the methodology, the potential biases that these researchers could have had, the organization biases that could have been behind the data, right?
Yeah, you looked it
Assess
up.
the sample size and its representativeness to the population that is targeted for the statistic, right? These are the different things of how you tell false stats from true stats. And don't tell me, yeah, that's right. That's right. I know it's right. I gave the fucking answer, but you guys couldn't give me that. So don't act like you guys are over here knowing anything that I just said.
Well, how can many European countries
To give no bullshit stories of what I've seen and blah blah blah. No, I just gave you the answer. It was so easy. It's crazy.
I get it. No, I get it. You want to be the smartest person in the room. I get it.
Well, listen, it's not. You're right. My mother did always teach me to be the smartest person in the room. That's right. Yeah. She said that's who you want to be. I think that's a good ambition for everyone to have. But I'm not claiming to be the smartest person in the room. That was you claiming that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's called God's favorite.
I don't know. I mean, you look at anything around the world. Why do some European countries, a lot of European countries?
So whataboutism?
No, it's not whataboutism.
Voy, why are you chatting in the chat over there instead of just saying this shit out loud here?
Why do some
I have no honor, but you're chatting in the chat to say things?
Oh, so you actually...
Who has no honor? The person that can talk out loud with their voice, or the
you
one
actually
that...
understood that it was about you. Good. So you do know how to converse.
You said my name right there. Intellectually dishonest again, easy, sorry man. Of course I knew it was about me. Good try though to look smart, proving you're the dumbest person in the room.
Good. Thank you.
No problem.
Projection. It's all projection. So that's all we do. All of us.
No honor as he fucking snake hides in the chat. Like a little girl. Who has no honor, bro? Be a man, bro. This is why I advocate for all men going into the army for 2 years when they're 18, because they would have discipline and they would speak up for themselves on their fucking thoughts instead of making up thoughts that they heard Alex Jones say on a fucking podcast one time. It's crazy.
Oh, there we go. He brought up Alex Jones. There we go.
Who was it? Sorry, Eric Dubé. I don't know, which one do you follow? Which one's your?
Oh, now I'm a flat earther.
I don't know what you are, bro, but you're somebody who says
you go to the low end of the fruit of just insulting person as a flat earther.
So it's insulting to be a flat earther?
Talk about that subject over here anymore.
Yeah, I believe in unicorns and the flat earth, bro. You got me.
You convinced me.
Yeah, you got me, bro.
It's like a mid-aged
man. I promised Bella I wouldn't bring up flat Earth, but I got called out that I'm a flat earther. So
why did why did I call you out that you're a flat earther?
What are you gonna debate Eric Dubé next? I know who that is. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, he's many other things too. He also teaches martial arts. How come you didn't assume that I thought you were a martial artist?
Yeah, okay.
You can't win this game with me, bro. You should have just admitted you don't have the answer to that. You wouldn't have looked dumb here.
Yeah, you're right. You're the smartest guy. You're the
Well, you
smartest
didn't
guy I
have-
know.
No. I didn't say I'm the smartest. You keep saying that, but like you sat here and
No,
said,
because I got your
I
insult,
hate
and you weren't expecting me to get your
spreading
insult.
misinformation when they don't even understand why they believe what they're saying.
I realized what your insult was, but you didn't think I was smart enough to know what your insult was because you have a big fucking ego.
What? Huh?
A big ego.
No,
It's
I don't
good.
understand.
I mean, it's
what
good
you
to have a
said.
big ego. It's actually a good thing. You know, that makes you. I mean, it makes you very. How do you call this? Aggressive, very male in the world, right? To have a big ego.
Is that what makes you aggressive?
Right? Masculine, big ego.
Big ego, masculine. So masculine and big ego. This is.
Don't you think so?
So Australia's not real, right?
He's like, oh, is this a trick question?
Can my mods just keep an eye on my chat? I just come back.
Oh,
Just to make a note. Can that
I'm sorry, Mel. I didn't mean to ruin your party.
No. Like all opinions welcome, because the next day it's like nothing's happened. So the only thing that I draw the line at is insults. Like, we don't need insults. I'm not saying anybody's done it, but I'm just saying that
It's Mel's panel. Be a bit, it's UK. Yeah. On Flo's panel, we can call each other names and everything, and it doesn't matter. But here it does.
Well, yeah, because
I'll admit I insulted because, again, I feel like when you're on a panel with me and then you go to the chat to say weird things about me, that's snake shit. So yeah, I did insult you.
I didn't hear. I was away from my laptop.
I have no problem to admit that. It must be the big ego.
That's the full moon, bro.
I wonder what it's like not being a confident.
Touche, dude. Touche.
Sucks.
Yeah. Touche.
You guys got to be a little more
Full moon.
confident
Telling you.
with yourselves. Work on your arguments a little better. Get a foundation of why you say them instead of regurgitating things you hear. So just work out better if you're gonna debate
I learned
things.
so much today. Thank you.
No problem, bro. That's what I do.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, you should.
I got my crayons out. I'm taking notes.
Don't write on the walls, LW. Come on. It makes you look crazier, even.
Right?
Yeah.
Just scribble around in circles.
This is why I didn't want to come on, Mel. This always happens when I come on.
No, I love like debate, listening to debate. What's the matter? What's the matter, Easy? I don't know what's going
sorry.
on.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. This dude, man, he comes here, he causes the problem, and then goes, I'm sorry. I don't know why this always happens when I come on. Like, dude, you were talking shit in the chat. You're the reason it happened. What do you mean? You're sorry. I don't know why this happens. That's just insane. That's insulting. Like this. Oh my God, dude.
Co-pilot. In a hypothetical battle between a grizzly bear and an African lion, who would emerge victorious? Let's delve into their attributes and compare their strengths and weaknesses. Grizzly bear. Habitat. Native to North America and Canada. Weight. An average adult male grizzly bear can weigh a whopping 810 pounds. Diet. Omnivorous, consuming fruits, berries, roots, salmon fish, elk, deer, and even other black bears. Speed. Capable of running up to 35 miles per hour. Lifespan. May live up to 25 years in the wild. African lion. Habitat. Roams the sub-Saharan parts of Africa in groups known as prides. Weight. Typically weighs between 265 to 425 pounds. Diet. Carnivorous, preying on wild buffaloes, wildebeests, zebras, deer, and antelopes.
Zebras.
Speed. Can sprint at an impressive 50 miles per hour. Lifespan. Lives up to 15 years. Now, let's assess their strengths and weaknesses. Strengths. The grizzly bear has the upper hand in terms of weight. The African lion is faster, with a higher top speed. Both animals possess formidable physical power. Weaknesses. The bear's speed is slower compared to the lion. The lion's agility allows it to dodge attacks effectively. Outcome. Bear, larger, stronger, and more robust. Lion, faster, agile, and equipped with sharp teeth. Ultimately, predicting the winner in a fight between these two fierce creatures remains challenging. It would depend on various factors, including size, strength, claws, teeth, and speed. So, let's leave it to the wild imagination.
Grizzly bears win every time.
Yeah, you definitely want to get eaten by it. I mean, not all the time, but mostly lions want to kill you first before they eat you. Bears just want to eat your stomach while you're there.
Right.
They want to play with you until you're dead.
Yeah, they'll just start ripping your guts out.
I don't want to get eaten by anything.
Are you sure, Mel?
Stop it.
Very good, boy. Very good. I don't know what to say after that.
Grizzly bears win every time.
You walked yourself into that one.
I did. I'm a minute. I didn't want to get eaten by a lion or a bear. Luckily, in the UK, we don't have that issue. The argument says a lion can't beat a bear. I don't know. I mean, seriously,
Grizzly bears win every time.
It depends.
There's a
on
conspiracy
how bad
in there
a day the
somewhere, I'm
bear's
sure.
having.
I don't like.
All right, I got a new topic for y'all, okay? Last topic. I'm going to get off here soon, so I want to see what you guys think of my topic. Y'all.
Please be unicorns.
My argument that I'm going to propose to you guys is a argument of how it ought to be based off what is, okay? So is and ought to be, these are two different arguments. So right now, abortion is legal. Not everywhere, but for most part, abortion is legal, right? So I propose that because of this, we should make financial abortion on the man's side legal. And the reasoning for it, if you want my first argument, if you want to contend it, my first argument is my body, my choice. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I agree with that.
I have a question. What is financial abortion?
I'm glad you asked. Thank you. So most people don't do that, but thank you for asking. So financial abortion is if a man gets a woman pregnant, he can right away go sign off his rights. He doesn't need her permission, none of this, and he doesn't have to be obligated or responsible for this child whatsoever.
That no, if you're stupid enough to put a child into this earth when you didn't want that, that's your stupidity. Nothing to do with the child.
Right.
Yeah.
So I could also say the same argument for abortion. So we should make abortion illegal because it was your choice to sleep with the man. You are the gatekeeper of sex. But would you say it's your body, your choice, right? So I'll accept that, and I'll also tell you that when you have the child, if I didn't want to have the child, but you did, for the next 18 years, I am obligated to pay financially for this child. How do you gain finances? Mostly by labor. So that is my body being put to use for 18 years for a choice that I had no say in whatsoever. You have all say. Women have all say when it comes to children.
Easy. A woman has to carry that child in her body for 9 months, right?
Yes.
And obviously, that child is always our child, irrespective of age.
Yes.
If men aren't responsible enough to put a condom on, that's not the child's fault. Now,
then let's say the same thing for abortion. Then let's stop abortion. Would you be down for that, Mal?
let's stop it. No, absolutely not.
Why
I'm
not?
not down with that either.
That's your fault. You chose to lay down with the man. That's your fault that you got pregnant.
No, because what happens if a woman is violated? Let's use that.
Well, we're not talking about those extreme cases. I think
Why not?
everyone would definitely agree that when it comes in the case of rape or anything like this, we would all agree that we are on the side of yes for abortion. Now, exclude that minority, exclude that, because we know that most abortion is out of like they choose this. This isn't, there isn't a reason that it's because it was rape or anything like this. It's a choice. So, would you eliminate the choice?
No, what to whether to abort or not?
Right? Yeah. You
No,
like? Would you,
no, because
so
you're
then
not.
why do you eliminate it for the man? I have to work for 18 years. 18 years. I have to work. I have no choice.
Should have been a bit more fucking careful. I'm sorry,
and
but
so you then I can say that same. Why don't you put that same energy onto women then? Why don't women have that same energy from you, Mel?
Can I make a small interjection here? I mean, it's
yeah,
about
sure. I want to hear from everybody. I'd love to hear.
So it's about the institutionalized and the legalized, or that the legalized version of abortion, right? And institutionalized version of it, and because the state creates a venue to do so, a place, they create a place to go there and to have it done in a more medical way than otherwise. When it also, I mean, when women want to have an abortion, they will have an abortion anyhow, I think.
Well, that's what I'm trying to. Well, no, because if we didn't offer abortion doctors, they literally couldn't do abortion unless they like hurt themselves badly.
Well, I mean, that's so, like what they do in Africa.
Like over 90% of abortion is out of convenience. I'm not talking about the extreme cases, right? I'm talking about the ones that are just out of convenience.
And
so I don't have enough money. I'm not ready. I want to do my career. So
what actually creates the issue is the convenience of the government providing that opportunity, right?
The government
providing.
This is why I'm no. I understand that. That is what is, right, voice. So I totally understand. That's what is. So we're trying to. I'm trying to make an argument for what ought to be. So for what ought to be is, if we're gonna have abortion, men should have an equal say on his side of the abortion. He should be able to financially abort. Right?
Yeah, you wish.
It's giving up parental rights. Obviously, I use the word financial abortion. It gets the topic going, but that's what it is. Literally, you're aborting your obligation for financial support, right? And you're saying, well, if the man should made a better choice. Well, then we should hold the same energy for women. Then you have to, if you believe in equality and all the things I know you're going to say you believe in. Then you would have to say, well, women, you either don't get pregnant or you have the baby because it was your choice, not the baby's fault.
But let's say somebody falls pregnant by accident and a woman hasn't got the heart to abort.
You don't get pregnant by accident. What do you mean?
No, you fucking do. Trust me. There's plenty of women in this.
There's women who get pregnant on the
pill. Sorry, guys. Sorry, we're all going at the same time. My bad. But I'm just asking. Do you mean like slip and fall on a penis? Like, what do you mean by this?
No.
Slip and fall and got her pregnant
by accident. Sex is the way and the sure way.
We all make bad
pregnant, right? This is like if sex equals possibility of pregnancy. So if you had sex, that was how you got pregnant. There wasn't an accident. You had an action and it caused the reaction. So like an accident would be like you slipped, you fell, something got inside you and you got pregnant, right? Like that would be an accident. Like, and the probability of this is very low. But like, I guess in the case of a woman slipping and falling on a dick, we can help her out. Okay, in that very slim case of a woman slipping and falling on a penis, I will help her out with an abortion. All the rest, no.
No, the point was easy that sometimes things aren't planned, and that the woman don't have the heart to destroy a life.
No, you're right. It isn't planned, but you understand the consequences of having sex before you do it. They teach this in like grade 6.
Yes, I understand the consequences, but like Trish said, some women get pregnant on birth control. It happens.
Right.
You hear it all the time.
Yep.
Right. So what?
Condoms fail.
So you don't believe in equality?
No, it's not
You're
about
sexist.
equality. It's about
you ladies are sexist. You ladies are sexist because you guys
let me
want
propose something easy.
parental rights
propose something
for
on that.
the women.
So that again, easy.
But wouldn't that go to the man too, because he engaged in the same act that he knows that can provide a baby?
It would, and we already. What is the fact of the matter right now is if a man gets a woman pregnant, she has all say on what happens. If he wants her to have the kid and she says no, too fucking bad for him. If he doesn't want to have the kid and she says yes, too fucking bad for him. If she wants to have the kid and keep the dad away, too fucking bad for him. Everything is in the favor of the woman. She has all control. But then we talk about equality. There is no equality when it comes to this situation. So I propose one of two things. We either get rid of abortion or we enter financial abortion. So this forces both parties to have to make a better choice, because the women will know they don't have a final say. Right now we have a society of people that one party controls all of 100% of what happens with conception. 100%, they get all of it, and not to mention you're the gatekeepers of sex. If you tell a guy to put on a condom, he can't have sex without him putting on the condom. So you saying that it's the guy's fault for him not putting on the condom, it's just as much her fault for not making him put on a condom to have sex.
Also, but that gets
doesn't feel as good though with a condom.
That's arbitrary, isn't it?
Of course, that's what you'd say. Well, then be ready for all the babies. That's what's up.
I think what people tend to forget is that child, rather than have the debate between, men should have equal rights. That child, when you make a child, whether you want that child or not, that's still your child, and you should be morally obliged to support it financially.
Same with women.
Morally.
Same with women. When they get pregnant, they should take an obligation to see it through. What's that? Sorry.
She's talking as a woman, so she.
Right, so she doesn't agree with me though. She's saying that
I don't agree with you. No,
hold that same energy for women. She doesn't believe in the equality here.
Well, is that a necessity? To always believe in equality?
No, it's not a necessity to always believe in equality in every single aspect of life. But when it comes to children, because both parents are so important to be in the child's life, yes, I think equality in this situation should be enforced, because it is sick of what people are like condoning. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with anybody that is a single parent, but we know statistically, and I know we're going to say, I don't like statistics, but statistically, okay, children become better in every aspect of life that you can think of when they are raised by two-parent homes. It's just how it is. It sucks, right? It sucks that this is the thing, but it is what it is.
So easy. Can I, without trying not to be too graphic, so you're saying that because you, like a man, can't be bothered to pull out if they don't want to wear a condom and they want to explode within the woman, that's our fault?
No, you accepting sex without the condom, that part was your fault.
Oh, yeah. That part. But what about the part where they don't pull out?
Yeah, that's his fault. And pull out is like you can get pregnant from pull out. That's not even a real thing.
But you can't blame one side and not the other in that scenario.
And that's not what I'm doing. But right now we can blame one side because all of the responsibility, all the choice, everything is one side. How can I blame the men when they don't get a say?
Right, I get that.
You know how many men I know personally that had a girlfriend that they were with for a long time. She got pregnant and he wanted to have the baby, and she said, "No, I don't want to do it. It's gonna wreck my body," or "No this, no that." And these men didn't get to have their children because she didn't want to fucking have a inconvenience in her life. And this is something that we should
speak easy. Can I please? I mean, the thing that actually that's actually how you say that's out of this whole view that you give is the magic, is, you know, it's also financial, physical, arbitrary things that you bring up. It's also worldly, and that's not what sex is, and that's not what children making is about, is it? But that's what it has become to be. At least, you know, that's
okay. Listen. Again,
it's 420.
Well, I don't. The only thing with I get what you're saying. I'm not shitting on what you're saying. I'm just saying the only thing I disagree with is your logic. Like the woman learned in 6th grade that this is what happens.
I said we
when
all
you have
did.
sex.
I said we all did.
Okay, so
we learned it since 6th grade. That's what I said.
Right. So the man goes into the same situation.
That's what you remembered?
No. So the guy goes into the same situation with the same knowledge.
Right.
Okay.
And we already have laws in place to make men fucking responsible for the children they create. We already have this. I'm talking about what ought to be. You keep talking about what is. I said I am proposing something for what ought to be based off what is. So I propose 2 things. We either get rid of abortion, or we implement financial abortion so the playing ground is even, so that there is more responsibility on both parties with their choices of what they fucking do.
No, I agree with you. Both parties should be responsible.
Right. So
yes.
You think abortion should be illegal?
No,
not you, Mel. This guy that just talked.
Well, I've had 2 kids, and I've
That's not what I asked.
No. I'm just explaining.
I know, but we're always doing this like explaining thing instead of like really.
Yeah, right. Because you just got to say a yes or no. So,
well, I'm just like
maybe. How about that?
Are you for abortion?
Does that work for you?
It is a yes or no question. You either can be for it or you can be against it. Or
no, I'm not for abortion. No.
Cases, okay, so you're against abortion. You think it should be illegal?
Yeah.
Okay, so like that world would work.
Well, not all the way, like
not all the way.
Extreme circumstances,
well,
stuff like that,
so
medical or
we're already
stuff like that.
The extremes. This is like literally 1% of abortion. So like,
right,
I'm okay with that 1% still being able to have the abortions. I'm okay with that, no problem.
Just by definition,
99% that do it out of convenience. So you would get rid, like you would make this illegal
out of convenience? No. I mean, yes, I would make it illegal. Yeah.
Okay. So then,
I think it's weird to tell other people what to do with their bodies, especially.
Right. So you think it's weird that if I get a girl pregnant, that I have to work and pay out of my labor that I use my body for a child if I didn't want it, right? Is that what you're saying? It's weird that they force me to do that?
No, you make it so.
I don't have no. You take away.
Actually, he's making a very good point.
You're taking away a man's autonomy when you make him go to work for 18 years to financially support a child when he didn't want it. But you don't take away a woman's autonomy because you're saying, well, she can do whatever the fuck she wants when she gets pregnant.
Yeah, but
I'm saying it's all on the woman. So how can you expect the men to have the say?
Well, but that's so by design, right? Because the government.
So you think women should be punished by carrying that child when they don't want it?
Do you think men should be punished to work for 18 years when they don't want it?
Is that a punishment?
Well, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, wait, that's exactly the same, though.
That's comparison, though.
What kind of lazy fuck are you? What kind of lazy fuck are you? That working for 18 years is a
no. Wait, excuse me. Excuse me. Don't use me as an example. Don't use me as an example because I wouldn't do this myself.
When you call it,
I'm not for the fucking right thing. So stop using me as an example. Don't say how fucking lazy are you. Okay, because that has nothing to do with me.
Sorry, you're saying that working for 18 years to pay your, to pay for your children.
That is taking away your autonomy. That's just a fact of what it is. I didn't say it's wrong or anything. You're just putting fucking shit in my fucking mouth.
Okay.
It is the equal comparison to the argument itself. That if a girl can choose to do what she wants to do and not have his opinion involved in that, then he should have the right to be able to walk away.
And is it a punishment?
That is the argument.
Is it a punishment to walk through life for 9 months with a baby growing inside of your uterus? I don't think so.
Those are things you should think about before you have sex.
Right? Yeah.
So we got to remember though too, we've thrown out all the circumstances of all the other shit, including when stuff goes wrong, when people actually want to, have their child and something medically goes wrong. That procedure is also referred to as Operation A.
Oh my gosh.
So
this is why I don't understand why you don't see the saying. So I can say the same thing to you, Lauren. Abortion is just a way for women to get out of a responsibility. No, what's your rebuttal to that?
I mean, it can be, but it's not. It's not.
No. Stop, Fatty. Like she's saying that
I know.
Earlier she said that financial abortion equals men avoiding responsibility. So what if I said abortion equals women avoiding responsibility?
Yep.
What about that child, though?
What about the child?
What about the far extreme of that same argument, though? What about the far extreme of...
If a woman doesn't want the child, then forcing that child into the world causes...
There's adoption. There's plenty of people that are actually waiting for children that, especially children just being born. So if this was your option, or maybe the father wanted the child, so maybe the father will take the custody after it's born. I don't understand what do you mean by that? Why is that?
Not all. I just don't believe that all adoptions are that great. There's a lot of homes that are not that great.
There's a lot of homes of parents that aren't that great too.
Yeah.
Should we stop people from having kids then?
But something's better than
I
nothing
wish people
in that
could have
situation.
psychological checks before they have kids.
Well, yeah, but then we're moving towards a crazy world to do that. But
Right.
yeah,
Well, people should have
that
personal
some adoption
responsibility.
homes aren't nice or whatever. It's the same thing as some. Again, there's a lot of single parent homes that are disastrous too. So,
And it's the thing about personal responsibility. Like
right,
you do this in every aspect of life, right? Like you don't get a car loan if you can't afford it. You don't
so a car
apartment
and
you don't rent an apartment if you can't afford it. When you don't have money and stuff like that, you two people just can't go have random unprotected sex because there's a consequences for it.
If a man can't afford the kid, he should be able to financially abort because the woman's going to force him into this, but he can't afford it. So he should be able to just walk away. Lauren, there is plenty of parents that choose to be single parents. Yes, there's plenty of parents that keep the other parents away intentionally. Yes, Lauren. Yes. Actually, there's even things that the government incentivizes women to be single mothers, right?
That is true.
Government housing, baby bonuses, welfare, all these things is an incentive to stay single and not have a man come and move in and build with you.
That's right.
So again, this is just these arguments you're all using don't make any sense. When I put it back on you, you don't want to hold the same energy. It's men need to take responsibility for putting their dick inside, as if the woman didn't open up her legs for them to go inside. It doesn't make any sense.
it's such a plastic observation. You know,
It's not though.
Yeah,
it's not. It's very. It's you try to make it like, but it's just logic. Both people are adults, consenting adults.
You try to make a statistic of everything. Now you want to make a statistic. Yeah, right.
Wait, what did you say? Make a statistic of everything.
It's like you're a statist. Are you a statist? Did you even recognize
what statistic did I just say right now? Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, boy, I can't answer your question because I don't know what statistic you're talking about.
I know it's very hard to have some conversation with you, but do you recognize the statist in you?
What? Oh my God.
What?
Do you recognize?
Oh, yeah, let's just change it. Get good. Another fucking dodge from Voy can never answer the fucking questions he's asked. Holy shit!
When you are avoiding to answer my question, you say that
your question is stupid and has no relevance to this topic.
That's
I could be a Satanist. I don't give a fuck. It has no relevance right now. Okay, nice. It doesn't matter what I am. What are you talking about?
Share that page, Mel.
What did I even do anything?
Oh yeah, share page. No worries.
What did I say anything about a conversation now?
Sorry.
There's 11 different broad themes of why women seek procedure A.
Yeah, over 90% of it is convenient, financial, convenience, timing, convenience, partner related, convenience. These are all convenience.
Yes. The extreme other side of the argument easy becomes is when does a guy that's a rapist get to say that he wants to keep the baby?
No, this is why I told you guys already. That small percentage.
I know.
I have no
but it does
problem
become a part of the opposite argument. It does become a part of it. So, recognizing that those things are already part of something that we have today. That those are things that are protected. That medical reasons and reasons such as unforeseen situations.
They're trying to take away medical reasons.
In reality, most folks that are anti-abortion that say that they are 100%.
That's my topic, Rabbit. Thanks, though. I see how it is.
Hey, Shazzy.
Actually, everybody supports procedure A one way or another, especially when it comes to medical reasons for the health of the mother. So in reality, everybody supports procedure A, no matter how you look at it. It just depends on where we draw the line. So,
right, and
perspective,
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a big fan of Bill Maher, but he had a thing on his show. In 2024, we have pretty great technology on pregnancy. Like, for example, when I was born, my mom went to the doctor like one time during the 9 months back in the late 70s. And, we have the technology now is crazy. Like it's kind of wild in 2024 to say that having an abortion after a certain point isn't killing something. It's really crazy.
That's what in general, that's what Roe versus Wade protected, was that timeline of when that procedure gets to be implemented. That we're not into 7 and 8 and 9 month procedures, right?
Yeah,
by
but
choice,
like
just for choice only, right?
But even now, per year, it's like 1 million abortions in America. 13,000 of them. I know that out of 1 million, it's only 13,000, but 13,000 is a lot that are in the late term. And having a baby in the last 6 years with my ex-wife. You have the 4K technology on the ultrasounds. Those babies have faces. They have fingers, eyes. Like my baby came out looking just like their 4K technology, like ultrasounds. Like, I mean, you're killing somebody. I don't think the people against it are evil or anything like that. I don't want to take women's rights away. They just think it's kind of killing a baby.
Yeah, so 73% of America feels the same way.
I used to have a very liberal take on it too. Like, women should have that choice, but I see your point too now. Now that I got to grow older, several women did some abortions. So. And I wasn't too glad about it. And when I heard it, they just make that decision. Like, I was like, wow, that's quite a decision to make, and some of them even lie about it, I'm pregnant.
Yes, Lauren. Can I respond to Lauren's chat for a second?
But my point is that I also think it's actually offing, unliving a person, and I didn't used to think that, but now that I know more about it, I do. Yeah.
Well, I saw something the other day about it. Like if somebody did that to a dog with puppies,
right?
The whole internet would freak out.
Yeah. Whatever. So in America in 2020, there were 607,720 procedure A's. 87% of those were by choice only. 12% were by medical necessity in late term. All others were, in essence, before the 16-week mark. And
just reading what we just saw. Is that what's going on right now? Okay.
I mean, just to make sure that we're not counting a million. 607,000 is.
Well, you're pointing out a specific year, the year that I saw, and I can look it up, and
that's the highest to date so far ever in America. So a million just has not ever been a number.
That's not true.
No, it has not.
That's not true.
No.
And that's what, in the United States only,
just
or is that worldwide? Okay.
Worldwide was 1.6 million worldwide in 1990. So in 10 years, we've almost quadrupled the amount because people can seek them safely, right? Because they're legal, and not seek them in back alleyways. And
safely for who? Certainly not safely for the child.
You mean the embryo or the fetus?
No, I mean child.
It becomes a child when it's born.
That's right? Completely not
true. I don't know, because a woman who is pregnant and knows she's pregnant and smokes crack is going to face legal consequences for smoking crack and hurting that child.
Or not only that, but what if the pimp wants to walk away from that child because she wants it and he doesn't, and he's the one that raped her? But he didn't. It's not great because he's the pimp. So
well, he should have fucking put a condom on and fucking pulled out and busted on her boobs or something. Sorry to be crude.
He's going to pay child support? He doesn't even have a social security number in the system.
No, but it is that simple. LW. That's always been my take on it too, right?
Yeah.
Friends would ask me like, "Would you actually like children, Voy?" Back in the day, I said, "Well." It's not my choice, because I've already had this experience of a woman just doing an abortion on me,
Yeah, I like how the men are void of any responsibility.
So when this woman asked me, like, it's not my choice. I know it's not my choice. My choice is either to do it, or not to do it.
What do you mean men are void from responsibility? What do you mean by that?
Well, they can wear a condom. They cannot finish inside.
Right. Women can tell them to wear a condom. It's not like they just don't wear a condom and women don't have to.
But it doesn't matter.
Women can use a diaphragm. Women have more methods of birth control than men do. More. So women should be held to a higher level of responsibility than men,
especially if they have all the say.
I don't know.
This is the thing. Like, this is why I don't understand. Right. Like, you guys hold no responsibility on women having to be responsible for that choice they make of sex, but men have to be responsible for it. And
I'm saying both. Both.
I'm for men being responsible, but I'm also for women being responsible for it too.
right. And we all talk about
this
this topic,
like
and so we
get
actually
out of
all in the
jail
same
free
position
card
as
for
you
only
are.
one side
No,
makes it so
speak
that
easy.
only one
You
person is
fail to
making a
understand that we
decision.
actually agree with you, and then Ark Timber Wolf actually drives it a bit further and says, no, women should have more responsibility, right?
No, he's saying that right now because of how things are right now. If we're gonna keep abortion and everything just how it is now, then that would, of course, it would have to be more on the one who gets more of the say.
What?
Like with, I just don't understand now. It's you keep saying to like I'd like absolve the men of responsibility. That you're saying that because of what financial abortion would be, but then you're just ignoring what abortion is.
Who are you talking to?
What?
Yeah. Mel, say something.
I don't know what to say because this subject's getting on my nerves a little bit.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm with Lauren. I think men want to use this as an excuse to not be responsible for their own actions. We're talking about a baby, a life.
No, it's to make sure that women are more responsible as well. Because right now, this abortion just lets women get pregnant and use it as, oh, I can just get an abortion if I get pregnant.
Do you know how a grueling process an abortion is on a woman's body?
This doesn't change.
I don't think women make that choice
the fact of what it is, though.
Right. Like
It's an awful process.
what I see right now is I see that women have a lot more options for birth control than men. And one of those options is abortion. And they're using abortion as a method of birth control.
Wolf, have you had an abortion?
Yeah.
Well, I can't get pregnant because I'm a male.
So how can you even know what a woman knows she's going to put her body through? Women don't make that choice like that.
Well, there is.
This goes back to sixth grade sex ed, right? Like both women and men know what they're getting involved in when they go through the bloodlust ritual of the baby making process.
82% of procedures in America in 2022, both parties were involved in the decision.
To what?
Under 20%.
Have sex?
Under 20%. Under 20% were just women going in alone with no partner, with no backup. High 80 percentile that they made that choice with their partner.
So send me what you're looking at because I want to see who they asked for these answers and everything.
Yeah, here. Well,
because like like if it's
they asked 14 people in Arizona
to make it look like it was both.
Right.
No.
So I need to see all of this. Like this is how you analyze statistics, right? So like send it to me right now.
And Lauren, I am in those statistics. I've never once had one child support payment, and my son's 16.
Okay, so so when we make this personal, this is what'll make it like that's what gets you like heated about it.
No. This is not personal.
Do you want that same thing for the next generation of young girls growing up, or do you want them to make better choices of the men they have children with?
I think
and do you want the men to make better choices on who they have children with?
Well, can I say something that kind of skews?
Right. Again, you guys are. I think you guys really think I'm holding one-sided, and it's because you're looking at it on one-sided. You're not looking at me saying the whole time that responsibility is both. It's just when I make it fair for the man to be able to walk away from a pregnancy, you guys have this worldview of all of a sudden men are shitty that want to do that. Sure, but then you can't be mad at anybody saying women are shitty if they want to have an abortion. You can't be mad at this because you hold that same standard for men. And plus, I bet if I was to ask you right now, Mal, you believe in equality in men and women?
I do.
Right. So you would have to hold the standard equal. You have to. It's the same thing. The
Like, if
man
you're being
loses
honest.
his autonomy, and if from a child being born, the same way a woman loses her autonomy.
But what we're taking away is that child. It's not an object. It's not a TV. It's a child.
Right. And if we were going to go by science, it's a child at the minute of conception. It's life at the minute of conception. So again, you would have to hold that same standard for women having abortions.
See, this is where you take it to, too far, too worldly. It's not.
Well, the thing is right now, like the reality of the situation right now is when two consenting adults have sex, there's the potential of the female getting pregnant. But the actual act of having sex is a mutual decision. And right now, as it sits, the actual act of ending that pregnancy does not have to be a mutual decision.
Well, here's what I don't understand about the statistics.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Here's what I don't understand about the statistics. Before my daughter was born, my ex-wife, we had 2 pregnancies that didn't work out, right? So
I don't know why we said statistics.
It died inside. It died inside her body.
Stillbirth, right?
Well, and it grew outside the wall or whatever that's called.
Right.
Yeah. So they had to go do a procedure for like an hour and a half to go remove everything. But that's counted out as an abortion.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't choose.
Right.
So like this is where
you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I don't know how those get lumped in with the statistics.
I don't know where.
Well, that would be like a medical necessity.
If I was to say right now, how would you guys feel about me saying right now, yo, these chicks out here opening up their legs and want to just fucking kill babies.
I just want to say to the men that.
How would you guys feel about me saying that? Stop. Especially Lauren in the chat. I would like to know how Lauren would feel if I was just like, yo, all these chicks out here just want to open up their legs and be hoes and then just kill babies. How would you feel about me stating stuff like that?
You know, I
Come
don't like
on, yo.
Speak easy.
I think
some people that you speak to, you like the way their mind works. I don't have that with you. I don't.
I do say that. What?
Yeah.
When have I said that?
How does that work, dude? I mean, you.
Wait, what?
Dude. I mean, you're just very argumentative.
Yeah.
I'm really argumentative.
Yeah, you are.
So no, just because
I don't like
you
the way
no.
minds work. I mean, it's weird. Dude.
Well, let me add a new scenario on top of what Easy has proposed.
The topic has nothing to do with me, right?
Okay. Let me add.
I'm talking to Void.
Right, I know, but I want to add something. All right, add a scenario, an ought to, all right, an ought to be. On top of what you've already said, Easy. Let's say, all right, 2 consenting adults, they agree to have sex, right? That's a mutual decision. All right, they know the risks. The risks are a pregnancy, that could possibly result in a child. Foreseeing that there's no sort of like medical emergency or, in vitro death or something that happens, right? Now, they mutually made that decision. What if, all right, so right now, all right, how can I word this? Let's say the father wants the baby. but the mother doesn't. Since it was a mutual decision and both parties knew the risks to begin with, that she must carry that baby to terms and give birth to it, but then after that, she has the right to financially abort the baby.
Wow.
Right. So I said that if we were going to keep abortion, add financial abortion, that is obviously a part of it, right? Because when people say, well, or sorry, if we were going to eliminate abortion, that's what would be my proposal, right? But again, if there's abortion, this still leaves everything in the woman's hands. Like if she has the full say on what happens, and you can't walk away, a man can't walk away from it. Again, this is still just putting. It's basically the same system we have now.
But don't most normal couples, or tend to have conversations about this and come to mutual decisions?
No. This isn't how it is all the time. No, it isn't at all.
Yeah, normally, they just meet at the bar, get drunk, and then fuck.
Yeah, but not a lot of women just get pregnant from the one night fuck, Wolf.
There's women that get pregnant and never tell the dude they were even pregnant. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's so, or they'll get pregnant and then have a kid, and like, or there's women that trap men in pregnancies as well.
It's
like,
not how it's done in church.
My proposal is to put equal responsibility on the two consenting adults for a child. This is my proposal, right? Like, both of the consenting adults that created the child should both have an equal responsibility on the child.
Well, it's like that famous picture of that lady at a pro-choice rally. Now, who knows if it's true or not? Nobody can prove that she had 27 abortions, but she was wearing a T-shirt that said, "I had 27 abortions." So let's say it's true. Let's take her on her word, wearing a T-shirt that she printed up. Wouldn't you have learned how shit works after like 25 times ago?
I don't understand what you're saying.
No, anyone who's got a T-shirt like that is not right in the head. I'm sorry.
Right.
Why would you do?
I don't understand what you're even saying. Like, it's just, I don't. It doesn't make sense.
I know a lot of things don't make sense to you.
No, what you're saying makes no sense. What, like? Maybe.
No, it does make sense. Like, people going to these rallies who are like pro-abortion and everything. They're like, I've had 10 abortions. I've had 20 abortions. I've had 15 abortions.
So you're saying
shouldn't those women figure out a long time ago how sex works? That's my point.
Yeah. So you agree then that we should just either make financial abortion legal or abortion illegal?
No, I was just making a point to the extremes on both sides.
See, this is not based on the idea that women want to have a child just to punish a man and get support from them. See, again, this is the problem. None of you are understanding my take, I don't think. So
yeah, nobody understands your genius.
I get it.
No, that's not.
No, I understand what you're saying, Easy. But I don't know how many.
What else can it be?
Is there a lot of women that do shit like that? Really, in theory, is there a lot of women that?
Don't you think if women thought, right? If women thought that these men that they're sleeping with, if they get pregnant, that these men could just have no responsibility on the participation, don't you think they would be a lot more selective with the men they have sex with?
And the procedures they use to make sure it's safe sex.
I would just promote safe sex.
Well, yeah. So
sure.
This isn't.
That doesn't always happen.
I'm not asking about that, right? I'm safe sex. What do you mean by safe sex? Like protected sex? You mean
protected, or yeah?
Right, but there's still the risk, no matter what, right?
Sure.
condoms break, pills don't always work. There's still always that risk.
Yes, there is.
Put holes in the condoms.
Who the fuck puts holes in the condoms?
My ex did that shit.
What?
Yeah, Brandy did that shit to me, 100%. He fucking admitted to it too.
People put holes in fucking condoms.
Buy your own condoms,
They
bro.
break too. That's for sure.
Look, this is a conversation that men and women are always going to disagree about. It's always going to be a heated conversation because, you know, women think one way, men think another. So it's one of those conversations. I don't think we could ever come to like a mutual, let's say, conclusion. How I look at it is that child need come before anyone else's.
Okay, so then you're against abortion.
No.
Yeah, because the child's need comes before yours, or whatever woman is pregnant.
No, because there's sometimes there are really important valuable reasons to why a woman has to make a hard decision like that. It's like, I don't know, you know, women that have got t-shirts saying I've had 20, they're obviously not right in their head. I don't even know if you can medically have 27 abortions. I don't know.
Most are done with,
but that's
most are done.
But the thing is, you just said that the child's need outweighs. You can't have it both ways. Like you can't have it for when it's talking.
Well, that's the thing. Women, what I see is women, they do want it both ways, though.
But that's that again.
It's every individual woman's choice.
Well, I stick to the basics. Like in life, we're all expected to do things responsibly, right? We're all expected to do things responsibly. You know, be nice to people. You have to have a job and take care of yourself. You have to, you know, do all these things in life to be responsible. But when it comes to making children and having sex, all responsibility is thrown out on both sides.
You know, right now it's not, right? It's not like that. Women have final choice for everything right now.
Oh,
right?
Whether or not she spreads her legs, whether or not she keeps the baby, the man has pretty much no say at all.
What do you mean, whether or not? What, a man's going to decide whether a woman spreads her legs? Really?
A man helps her.
No, that's the point, Mel. That's the point. You made the choice to do it, so you should have to bear the responsibility of the consequences.
So should the man. Yeah.
It takes two to make a baby, though, easy.
It does, yeah.
Mel, I said a woman and a man should both take responsibility. How many more do you want me to add in?
No. I mean, this is I'm trying to shut the fuck up because otherwise I'd be screaming like a stupid bitch. I'm trying really hard to stay calm.
Like, and then, like, again, I'm just gonna I have to point out it's again when people use like these things like, oh, that's misogynist, this, it just proves to me there's no argument. Like, you don't actually know why you disagree with me. I think it's like you know, like the woke brain inside of you thinking for you, you know what I mean? Because like, again, you literally just said it, Mel. It takes two. You literally said those words out your mouth. So like, it does, and I agree with you, and this is why I think both should have equal responsibility and say when they conceive a child together.
Right. And I hate to agree with this guy, but that's how society is. Like in every other aspect of life, you're required to make a responsible decision financially, you know, blow your money on this. That's your responsibility, the decisions you make. But this one thing where the responsibility is creating a human, it's thrown out the window and nobody has any responsibility for it. It makes no sense.
And somehow we accepted that some people are uneducated in that manner or can right?
Good things gay.
We've accepted that. Did you say we've accepted that some people are educated?
No.
Okay, so like, should we let you know, people who like.
I'm not talking about educated as a fucking whole concept. I said educated in that matter. It's a very simple thing.
Right. So if there was someone that wasn't educated in that matter, okay, I understand you. I'm trying to respond to you. If it's educated in that matter, if someone wasn't educated in that matter, and they had sex with a minor, should we not hold them responsible because they weren't educated in that manner?
What the fuck are you taking this now?
What? I can't hear you. I get it. I understand. It's hard to.
Well, that's kind of a weird argument. That's like calling me a flat earther.
Argument. I don't know how.
That's like calling me a flat earther.
Explain analogous to you guys. How can you guys even debate a topic and not understand how analogies work? You can never engage with any hypothetical I give you. It's always, well, that's not the same. Of course, it's not the same. That's not how hypotheticals work. That's not how analogies work.
Yeah, do you believe in abortion? But do you agree with pedophilia? So the
analogous is,
doesn't make sense.
I'm going to explain it to you because you're saying it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So the analogous is, right? You're saying that because they're not educated, some people aren't educated in sex, so we shouldn't make them have a child.
I just told you not to do that, and now, of course, you want to talk so much and then do that.
This guy
welcome, dude.
He doesn't like his things being picked apart. I get it, bro. Talk about ego, bro. Talk about ego. You want to talk about ego? You can't get any of your. You just can't have any pushback, can you?
Yeah.
I think you can't, bro.
How? I'm talking and you just keep talking every time I talk because you don't want to hear the pushback. How is that me, the one that doesn't want the pushback?
I've agreed with you like 80% of the time. You just flip out on people and don't let them finish their thoughts.
Wait, he finished. I tried to respond and then he started talking again. What do you mean? Like, rewind it.
And then you interrupted him again.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I interrupted him interrupting me. Oh, my bad. My bad. Oh, how dare I?
Yeah. Because I'm sure that's what that guy believes. That abortion has something to do with people having sex with children.
I'm going to do something to see if you guys can even understand hypotheticals, okay? I want to do something to see if you guys can even engage in a hypothetical. Did you have breakfast this morning, Voy?
5 words before you interrupt, usually. Or 6 words or 7 words. But that's a pattern now. Yeah.
Based. Okay, did you have breakfast this morning? Hello?
Nope.
Not yet. I didn't. Not yet.
Voy,
did you have breakfast this morning, Voy?
I don't know what's happening.
I'm asking if you had breakfast. It's a yes or no question. I need to know if he had breakfast so I can ask him.
I just walked away.
Engage with the hypothetical.
But since you don't like answering my questions,
oh my gosh, every time.
How about that?
This guy's dodged everything I've asked him.
No, I don't. No.
Have you had breakfast this morning?
You're so much projecting it. So
have you had breakfast this morning?
Once I project back, once I behave the same, and since I'm not a narcissist, since I'm not a real narcissist, but I try to be a narcissist, I know it doesn't work.
Oh my gosh, you're like paranoid now or something?
Yeah,
I'm just asking you. I'm trying to think hypothetical, so maybe I can understand why you're not understanding me every time I try to give you an analogy. So I'm just trying to see if you can engage with a simple hypothetical. Have you had breakfast this morning?
No, easy. I have not had breakfast this morning.
Okay, so since he doesn't want to do it because he thinks, okay, Arctic, how would you feel if you had breakfast this morning?
To the kitchen.
Dude, you didn't want to answer, so just stop. How would you feel, Timberwolf, if you did have breakfast this morning?
I would feel full and better.
Perfect. Someone that can engage with a hypothetical it didn't even skip a beat. Just simply engaged with the hypothetical he was at. See how easy that is? He didn't actually eat breakfast. He just thought about how he would feel if he ate breakfast. He engaged with a hypothetical. And now I understand your problem, Voy. It's engaging with hypotheticals, and I get it. It's cool.
Hypothetical breakfast. Cool.
Yes.
Cool stuff. I like it.
It's like an imaginary tea party.
Right. It's just see, you don't even understand that. Like, so again, because you didn't eat breakfast, so you know how you feel right now when you didn't eat breakfast. So I asked you, how would you feel if you ate breakfast?
Yep. And I would feel
because
full.
You said you didn't eat breakfast, right?
Correct.
And so he engaged with how he would feel. That's the hypothetical. It's engaging with a hypothetical.
You want to get really deep inside my mind, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm clearly there if you're going to say that. Whoa, bro. Okay, I got some posters posted up.
Real deep.
Balls deep. I mean, I don't know, guys. Like I said, I don't think we're ever going to agree. I don't think any panel can agree on this discussion, in my opinion.
I think this is a topic that's going to be very central to the Procedure A argument in the future. The hard part of this argument is getting away from the things that we all agree on, that we know why Procedure A should be allowed in all these different situations. We have to look at it solely from the perspective of the chooser and the choice, and not any of the medical reasons, So that's the hard part, is distinguishing all the overlaying 80% to the rest.
Right. Keeping in mind that the child doesn't have any say at all in it, correct?
Not until they're 18.
Oh, but we're just talking about the first 9 months, so.
Well, yeah.
Let alone the next 18 years.
By law, that's, they don't even have rights until they're 18 anyways, right? Can't make any choices for themselves. Can't sign a contract.
That's not necessarily true.
They cry to a counselor and get a sex change behind your back.
Oh, that happens a ton, doesn't it? Right. Yeah, doctors are just giving out procedures with no paperwork, and they're giving out all the drugs that need to go with it, and yeah, there's tons of that going on.
Well, there's a couple, or I don't know, but you hear about it.
Oh, you hear about it. You definitely hear about it. Statistically, where are the numbers? Because if those procedures were happening, there would be at least something like logs of people going into hospitals, whether or not there's any finances involved. Let's say the doctors are working pro bono, 100%, right? And the surgeons, the nurses, the staff, all the facilities managers are in on this too. The liability insurance companies are definitely in on this too, because they don't want any part of this, right? So getting across the liability insurance company, that's going to be the hard one with malpractice, right? So let's see. These procedures happen in a back alley with no paperwork and no prescription drugs.
I'm just trying to say that, pro Adolf, like, you're getting a lot of usurping of parental authority and rights, and it's just subversion, and it's getting worse.
Has there ever been any proof that there's been one litter box in any freaking school classroom ever? No.
Nope.
Joe Rogan says at one time on his show, and next thing you know, we got half the country that thinks that there's litter boxes in classrooms because kids want to be furries. Okay?
Just a myth.
What if a flat Earth turtle wants to mate with a gerbil? I say it should be legal, and I'm pro flat Earth gerbils.
I bet a lot of your pet shop customers dreamed about that.
Why do you wrap a gerbil in electrical tape?
Should a female gerbil and a male tortoise be able to adopt a transgender zebra?
Oh, LW, it was a pleasure. Hopefully, I'll have you back soon. This conversation's insane. Like, I know it's a conversation that I think most men and women need to kind of have before they're careless when having sex. You know, I think this is very much between the people involved. And if you're going to be stupid enough to have a one-night stand, and this is irrespective whether you're the guy or the woman, and get pregnant by it, then you should, yes, you're both accountable, both of you.
That's as simple as it is, right? That's just it. Yeah.
Gotta manage those expectations, you know.
All right, so then we're all against abortion.
Nope.
Space.
No.
I wouldn't say that. I'm pretty much pro-choice.
Wait a minute, you just said there should be equal responsibility. I thought.
Yeah, there should be equal
He's
responsibility.
trying to fill in his statistics, right? So come on.
I have the opinion
everybody
that
on the same side or everybody on the other side.
They got so mad about me fucking them up on that statistics earlier that now he keeps mentioning statistics. Bro, I didn't even say anything about statistics just now, bro. Talk about living rent free, my
all
guy.
facilities that
I have that
that
effect,
deal
boy.
in
It's
procedure
okay.
A should be
You're not
unionized.
alone.
I asked you
You're not
earlier.
alone. I live
This is
rent
why
free in a lot of
This
heads.
is why I asked
You know
you
what I'm saying?
earlier.
I
do
live
you
rent free in a
recognize
lot of heads,
status
my boy.
in yourself, but you don't.
I don't
God's
what?
favorite.
I don't what? Sorry.
You don't recognize the statist in yourself.
Okay, that's amazing. I could say you don't recognize the Satanist in yourself.
No, I don't.
You don't recognize the demon in yourself, bro. You're a demon.
Okay, thank you.
Who, boy?
Right, exactly. See how empty and stupid that sounds? It's the same thing of you saying what I am. That's how I feel.
Yeah, but you didn't say thank you, did you?
I don't need to.
What's up, boy? You had some, like, you were like hating on me the other night. I'm like trying to figure out what was going on, man.
Oh, dude, we got enough drama going on in here, you know.
Oh, all right. Well, we can talk about it later. I was just surprised. Like, I thought we were cool, and next
Dude,
thing I know,
I'm having breakfast. Come on, give me a break.
all right.
Wait,
I
you having
get
breakfast
it.
now?
Who is this? The freak? Yeah, I get it, bro. He said some.
Hey, what's up, the
He
freak?
doesn't care for me either. It's all right.
He was just hangry.
Join the group, bro. We're living rent free.
I
We got hot tubs in here, bro.
And it's so vague about it. Like, it's like, the wind was blowing, and so, and it's you're not come back to our side. I'm like, what? What's up, boy? Oh, well, you crossed the line, or something. Like, what are you talking about? Silent fucking game. What do they call it? Silent treatment, whatever. It's like, come on, man. You're like my favorite Euro besides Mel or something. Come on, man.
Dude,
I
I
love
don't know.
Dutch
Best
people.
anti-hero on
I love
YouTube,
German.
sure.
It's all right, man. Whenever you're ready. All right, boy.
Dutch have more fun, that's for sure.
All right, I guess I'll drop out.
Freak. You know,
Lauren, every single statistic you stated doesn't take away from what I have said. Like, none of these stats matter to what I'm talking about, right? Not one of them. It really doesn't.
Can I just say quickly to LW, I would move on to Flat Earth, but I don't have the time because I have to leave in an hour. As in my stream, because I have to go out. But otherwise, this would be the perfect opportunity to go into Flat Earth, right?
No, we don't do that.
That's a weird segue, but
The reason why I say that is because
agree
whenever
to
we
not.
talk about Flat Earth on this panel, World War III happened on the panel. Yes, so I mean, it was a topic I'd banned, but I just don't have enough hours in this day to go back to that topic.
No.
No. But no, look, easy. I understand where you're coming from. I may not necessarily agree with you, but I understand what you're saying just because I get it. But having had first-hand experience, And yes, it is personal. I'm very lucky. I had my family help me raise my child. But let's say I was in a position where I didn't have my family help me raise my child, then that child would really suffer, with lack of basic needs that a parent has the responsibility to provide for their child.
Perception, though. The other side would argue that just the fact that child is alive is enough.
Right.
All right. So if we were gonna just do the abortion argument, I would the argument for this would be, well, a shitty life is better than no life.
I don't know.
If you had the choice right now to live poor or die, what would you pick? This is so easy, right? We know.
I'd call Jack Kevorkian and get the fuck out of here.
No, you wouldn't. Shut up, fatty.
Of course I would, but I don't feel that way, so I'm not going to.
An example. If a child, let's say a child has a very serious disability and the mother chooses to abort, so that poor child doesn't have to go through life really struggling. Is that also wrong?
Yeah, so if it's again, you're basing it off of what you believe how the child would live. You're predicting the future for the child. We don't do this for almost anything else, right? We don't use our prediction of what it would be to do this. It doesn't work. You don't know if that child would be, the next Albert Einstein, right? Say kids with autism. There's lots of kids with autism that people would look at this as a mental deficiency. But then there's also aspects of different autism that make people with autism really, really intelligent. So would you does that mean because they have one deficiency,
not autism easy, because in my opinion,
heart defects or
I mean physical, really major physical disabilities,
spina bifida, for example.
Yeah.
Right. How about cleft lip?
Zelda from Pet Sematary.
Cleft lip. Now we're just what's this what's the reasoning for that? Because you would call them ugly.
No, left cliff is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is a good example. What about Stephen Hawking? Should we have if we he had a lot of things wrong with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he was super smart.
He was, yeah.
I just think it's
right. At what level of deformity would justify abortion then? Right.
That's why it's a difficult conversation to have, this one. And I don't think men and women are ever going to agree. I think if a conversation's had beforehand, it would be, and if both men and women took greater precautions, then these kind of situations wouldn't arise. So, yes, it's equal responsibility and equal accountability.
Well, it isn't, though. I mean, that's not the reality of the way it is right now.
It's not, not right now.
I'm really hungry. I'm not eating anything today, and it's 1:30 in the afternoon.
Holy shit, that's right.
I don't know, guys. I can see where Easy's coming from.
I just saw you eat some candy.
Yeah, well, that's not breakfast, is it? I'm really hungry. I can see where Easy's coming from. I don't agree with him, but I can see where he's coming from. Why don't we just teach our kids to be more responsible?
Right. Again, we could say that, and then this is why I present the extremes. This would be I could give that argument. Let's just make murder legal, but
no, come on.
No, I'm saying this is where you can go down the road with this type of stuff, where we say, well, we should just teach our kids, but if we don't have certain preventatives in place, just teaching them, there's a point where just teaching them isn't enough, right? or else we're gonna just like blame every parent that their kid grew up to be a serial killer or something. Like, we can't just blame every parent for that, right? There's some instances where it had nothing to do with the parents, right? So like I think it's it's a slippery slope. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It is. It's a fine line.
Chica, have a great day, sweetheart. I don't know, guys. Like I said, it's one of those discussions that I wouldn't have ever brought to my panel. No offense, easy. Because it's a very difficult discussion to have amongst men and women.
Yeah, and I get it. It's the hot topic that it's the one that I get the most response from, but I feel like nobody gives me any. I just haven't had a satisfactory argument to say why what I'm saying is wrong, right?
Indeed.
Like,
no credits from Voy, dude. Sorry, try again.
Well,
what?
As if you'd ever would, anyways.
No kudos from me. No credits. No, still not. No.
That's fine. Men like me don't look for credit from men like you. That's the other way around.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Right.
None were expected. So
you'll understand. It's the dominant hierarchy amongst men, bro. You'll understand it.
I think actually, Easy, it's the only time I was really rude to Dave, when you had this discussion on verbal combat, and I went ape shit and I apologize. But it's one of those subjects that men and women feel so differently about that it's hard to come to.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
You're good. No, you're good, Easy. Go on.
I was just gonna say, like, I find there's a lot of arguments when it comes to like things like, because to me this is along the arguments of like different feminism arguments that like feminism claims equality until the equality is a burden to them as well.
Yeah. I don't know.
Exactly what you're doing, Mal. Like you're doing that right now with you. You think women should be able to have all the say. You don't think men should have any say in when they get a woman pregnant. Like you that's what you believe. You think the woman should have final say. So like we're literally excluding one sex from something that is literally a choice they made together. This would be like me and you building a company together. Making millions of dollars, but you don't get any say on how we spend the money and how we run the company. You just built the company with me, and that's it. You did all the hard work to build the company with me, but you don't get any say in it. Nothing. You don't have no say at all in what happens with this company. So I can say, you know what, let's just burn this company to the ground. Let's sell it, whatever. But I have final say. I get all the money, all this, right?
I think if the guy sticks around, he should have plenty of choice.
Yeah, this is why I think, why I propose this argument is because it would hold a higher responsibility on unprotected sex choices on both sides, and especially women, because they are the gatekeepers of sex. If women say no, it's no, right? If you go against that, that's grape. So like, women are the gatekeepers. That's it. Just like men are the gatekeepers to marriage usually. That's why men are the proposals. That's why men make the proposals. Women don't do this in general.
You're stonewalling them. They're easy. You're stonewalling them.
Yeah.
Motherfucking greatest.
So you know what I think is going on here? This is what I think is going on here.
Nah, yo, hold up, Lauren. Now you gotta say what you were gonna say. You can't say I'm gonna shut my mouth because I was gonna say some fuck shit. You gotta say it now.
Oh, say it.
Come on now. Say it with your chest. I want to hear it.
No judgment. Just laying ideas on the table is all we're doing.
Right, and this is the thing I got pissed off earlier with the person saying that to me about, oh, why? Because you're fucking lazy, blah 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 blah. Like everyone knows, like one of my children, the woman hid that she was even my kid for 9 years from me, and I came when she told me about it, I didn't hesitate to be in my kid's life, so I wouldn't take this option. But I feel for men in general, and I want the women also in the next generations to also be responsible and have better choices of the men they're with. I want the family unit to be a strong thing so that when we're far gone, these next generations can take care of themselves.
That's shit, Easy. Like any woman that does that to a man, that's shit.
It is shit. Yeah, it is shit. Right. It's shit. It's bullshit. And the reason that can happen is because of the way that society is built right now.
I don't think that's something that happens very commonly, though. I don't. I think you were just unlucky with that person who did a really shitty thing.
Right. Yeah.
I know 2 different guys that raised kids before they found out when the kid was 19 that the kid wasn't theirs. So it's kind of the same, opposite side of the extreme coin, that fucking women just need to be more responsible, and so do men. But I'm more in agreements with Easy here that women are the gatekeepers, and straight up that fun and games is fun and games. I'm a statistic of a 17-year-old having a kid. So.
Well, what were you going to say? Okay. What I think is going on here is that women, they know that they're 100% stockholders in the final situation. And they know that if they were to make the playing field even, 50%, they would lose 50% of their say in the situation. Thus, they would lose an amount of power, all right, and control over that situation. They understand this, and that's why they're stonewalled by Easy's proposal.
I one of these days, Wolf.
Yeah, boom, to the moon. Yeah, I know.
I swear to God, I'm going to have a fight with a wolf.
Yep, because I'm right. I mean, I can see it.
No, absolutely not. Because you wouldn't have a clue what it's like to, go through pregnancies. Women have very difficult pregnancies or go for an abortion, which is really grueling physically and mentally. Until you can understand that, then no, I don't agree with you.
Okay, I get it. So go work for 18 years from 5 o'clock in the morning till 9 p.m. at night, every fucking day, 6 days a week for 18 years, and tell me how grueling you think your body takes that punishment.
Right, in a coal mine.
You're taking away from your biceps. This is, again, you're not, I understand the side of the woman. You're not understanding the side of the man.
Okay, but can I ask you, Easy, let's say in a situation like that, and let's say for whatever reason, the woman had the baby and you didn't want the baby. Are you telling me that you would opt out of paying for your baby?
Wrong. See, you're saying me.
No, I'm asking you
hypothetically. An argument for me, right? This isn't an argument for me. No, that's not the option. No.
No, I know, because you're a good guy, Easy. I know that you would never opt out of doing that.
I don't think it takes away from a guy being a good guy, though. So this is where I'll disagree, right? So I don't think it would make a guy not a good guy if he had sex with a woman and didn't want to have a child, but she says, well, too bad we're having this child. That doesn't make him not a good guy, because if it does, it would make every woman that has an abortion not a good woman. Right? So that doesn't make them not a good guy because they didn't want to have a child with the woman, right?
No, I didn't say that. I meant like you're a good guy, as in you would pay the child support. You know, you
and
would,
still want
wouldn't
to be
you?
involved. And yes, yeah.
Yeah, but
I
this
think
is
this topic.
this
This is
is
the
a
one
different
topic that's
story.
really
This
going to
isn't
bring
about
folks
me
together.
personally, right? This isn't about me personally. This is about in general, better for society in general.
No, I understand that, but I was just asking like an opinion, and I want to ask every man an opinion. Let's say a child was born and you weren't happy with it. Would you, and please, men, be honest, would you not provide your child, your son or your daughter, financial support, irrespective of whether you originally wanted that child or not?
Okay, so I just want to address one part here because I keep seeing in the chat the argument of, whoa, not all men work these many hours and pay the child support. But the thing is, right now, we have laws in place to punish those men that do those actions, right? Right now, they get their wages garnished, things like this. We have things in place to punish those men. Women have no repercussions for going against the man wanting the child. There's no repercussion for this. If a man just wants to just run off, he has to live a completely different life, even where he's just going to put himself through suffering to even have money because he has to dodge all type of shit. Most dudes, this catches up with them every time.
And it's not a punishment, easy. It's holding people responsible, right? It's not a punishment to have to pay child support.
Well, no, but right now there's punishments in place for people who don't do said actions, right?
Right.
People who don't pay it, and then they get the enforcement to pay it, they get the orders to pay it, and then they still don't pay it. What happens? They go to jail. That's the punishment for said action. If a woman gets an abortion and the man really wanted this kid, even if it was to the point where he self-deleted because he wanted the kid and she said no, it wouldn't matter. She would face no repercussions for this. She would face absolutely none.
And the issue of financial abortion brings in the responsibility factor that almost forces this conversation into couples, into first-time lovers, into one-night standers, that there is more of a responsibility to this whole sex thing than where we're at currently in society.
You guys are talking about money doesn't come into it. How do you get the money? Do you just print it off at the printer or something? How do you get money? It takes your physical labor to go get money, right? Like that. I don't understand why you guys don't understand that.
Every once in a while, I get a child support payment, and I use it to pay for my memberships on YouTube.
I don't know, guys.
My kids are in their late 20s.
I think fundamentally it's, once a child is born, I think it's all about supporting that child and, and looking after that child, whether you wanted it originally or not.
Right. So that, again, I'm fine with this answer, but you're contradicting yourself when you don't say that for women having abortions. You can't, it can't be both, right? Like you can't say, well, yeah, I do think they should all have responsibility because it's about the kid, only on the man side though, because if it's about the woman, then no, the woman comes first.
But sometimes women die giving birth.
Right, I get it. You've talked about this. Minimum statistic of people that women that are going to die from their pregnancy. I've conceded to this. We wouldn't, the 1% that is because they would have died. I'll give you. It's over 90% is out of convenience. So the other percentage that is for like serious situations, of course, I'm not even arguing for that.
No, I know what you said earlier. No, I know. I was just kind of throwing it out there. Look, I get your point. I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure if I agree with it.
And then you guys will use the argument, well, women go to work too and work hard. So like, do you also stand on the fact you think women should be drafted for war if we go to war? you think women should be drafted?
No, because we're not physically as strong as you men.
But why not? See, this is what I mean. Like the equality is no problem to throw it out the window when it benefits women, but when it's not benefiting women, it's like, oh no, our rights.
Would you put women on the front line?
Nope, not at all. I also
Right.
wouldn't. I also would hold responsibility on both parties, though. I am even conceding to the selfishness of the adults, and I just say selfishness as a word for people to understand. I'm saying I care more about the convenience even of the adults in this situation. I just want them to be more responsible with these choices, and the way is you do this is they both have equal say in what happens.
If the man wants the child and the woman doesn't, they both consented and agreed to the sex. What is wrong with holding the woman responsible enough to carry that baby to term, and then she can be financially responsible and pay the child support to the man who will raise that child?
No, I mean, it works both ways. If a woman is happy to do that, then yes, she also has to pay child support. Absolutely.
Okay, you guys
you see that scenario happening,
about guys breaking the laws. Okay, so like, should we make murder legal then? Since there's all these single dads that already break the laws that are in place for them to be responsible to pay for their children, and they're breaking the laws. So I guess these laws are pointless. Who cares? So I guess we should just make murder legal because they're still murderers. I guess we should make grape legal because they're still grapists. Like this logic of, well, there's still dads not paying child support. Who cares? That doesn't matter to what we're saying here. Laws are not things that stop things from happening. Laws are preventatives. Again, it's a multi-step process for everything that has to do with being put into jail most of the time, especially. Like, I just don't understand where this one topic seems so hard to understand that both parties are involved, and we're talking about creating life, but everything else we're just like it blows my mind.
Oh, Dodie, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I really am. That's tragic.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying the logic of, oh my gosh. Yeah, see this, I think that's the problem, right? This topic is like, it gets people to a point where they're not listening to what I'm actually saying. They're hearing what they think I'm saying. Because I didn't even say you are saying this. I'm saying it's the same logic as saying this. I know not all men and women follow any rules. No rules is going to ever give 100% satisfaction. Like, you're never going to have 100% of anything. It's just never going to be this way. People break rules. People break laws. But right now, there's no preventative in place for men to have a say. It's all the women say, and there's no preventative in men to be screwed over by women with this situation, or to be, heartbroken by a child they thought they were going to have and it was taken away. There's all these different things that it's just not
right. Like what you're saying is there's all this protecting women in these situations, but there's like no protecting the men in these situations.
To a point, yeah.
Except the pull-out game.
It never works.
Yeah, sometimes it does.
And Wolf, like, no offense, but you said you don't like wearing condoms. It doesn't feel the same. I agree. But that's then you've taken it upon yourself to take that chance.
And so did the woman.
And so did,
right, because the woman has the option to use a diaphragm, use foam, use birth control pill.
Yeah,
right. She's got lots of different options.
Lots of different options for women too.
No, like not all women are good.
And you can tell every single man you sleep with that they cannot sleep with you without a condom. Right? If they took off the condom during sex, you could literally get them put in prison for this when you told them explicitly you do not want that. So this is another safe gate for you to have complete control over this situation.
Right.
Everything is in the hands of the woman, but you want only the responsibility for the men in this situation. I don't
Plus, it feels better for the women too without the condom. Not just a man, for the women as well. It feels better.
So looks like July of next year. Around July of next year, we'll have male birth control pills.
There's no argument with that either, is there, Mel?
Okay, Lauren, I'm low IQ because I said that women would have a kid just for the money. So you explain to me why that fucking stripper had hot sauce up in her fucking cooch because she went and grabbed Drake's fucking condom out of the garbage and stuck it up herself. So you explain to me why this woman had to go to the hospital with hot sauce in her cooch because she went and condom out of the garbage. If women don't try to get pregnant for the money, what do you think she was getting pregnant for then? She just liked Drake's features. She wanted a kid that looked like Drake. No, it was for his money. Don't say that. That's low IQ. Saying that women don't trap people with babies, that's low IQ. I can bring up hundreds of situations.
No, some women do trap men with babies. They do. And I think that's great.
Situations. Yeah, a famous person is still a person. They should get the same rights as every citizen. What the hell? Who cares if it's a famous person? That's crazy talk. We have lots of famous people. What? Come on. What?
I don't understand what you said about the hot sauce. I don't know what that is. Like, I know what the hot sauce is, but I don't know what you're talking about.
To keep the man not for his money, then why are you demanding child support? Why are you guys making such a big deal about financial abortion if it's not about the money? Your arguments always fall apart. It doesn't make sense. If it's not about the money and you're talking about it's about to keep the man, then your financial abortion shouldn't be a problem for you, right? If you're not going to keep the man, why do you want the money too? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, so what? The child support is just a punishment for you not being able to keep the man now? Is that what you're doing? Like, it doesn't make sense. You're like the arguments fall apart.
Well, no, the money is for the child. I don't get it. You know, a woman doesn't.
Right. But she said it was low IQ for me to say women get pregnant for the money of the person. I don't even think I said that exact sentence, but it's low IQ to say that women don't do this because plenty of women have done this. There's plenty of records of this happening. So I just don't understand where that sentence even came from. Again, this is an in your feelings thing. It's like these little types of like trying to insult me and saying I'm saying something I'm not. I get it. You're mad at this topic, but I'm literally stating the facts that you agree with most of it up until the point where the woman has responsibility. I just don't get it.
I've got 15 minutes before I have to close.
Yeah, 4 minutes till
like I said, this is a hot topic, and I was really rude to Dave about this on Verbal Combat ages ago. And DeFreak, no, I don't agree with you, darling. I'm sorry. You know, I think this is just, in my opinion, a way for men to wriggle out of their responsibilities. That's my opinion, but I understand what he's saying.
That way. It could be used that way for sure, but I think it really bears more. It bears more the responsibility of both parties being actively aware of the consequences before they make a decision that may cross a boundary.
Well, all right.
I think this is the one topic that's actually going to bring a lot of nuance to the whole procedure A debate. Because we got states like mine right now where the OBGYNs have left the state. They don't even want to see pregnant girls.
The freak, men pay taxes. We all fucking pay taxes. I pay tax. Something lighter in the end. I don't know, Katie. It's really difficult to get into a lighter subject with 10 minutes left after a very heavy debate.
Share that screen.
You share screen. Where are you? Let's have a look. Fatty. Let's have a what have we got for me?
Give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit, you'll want to go home. Just never quit. Never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit, you'll want to go home. Just never quit.
Stick with it, kid. You got this.
Okay, guys.
Never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit, you'll want to go home. Just never quit.
I'm going to close now because I've got a meeting. Thank you, everybody on panel.
Show Boy's new the modified gerbil hamster.
Oh, okay. This is for you, boy. Oh, we've got the horse coming. Hang on, the horse is coming.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
I can hear it.
You can hear the horse.
Yep. Can you see him? Right there.
Clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop.
Oh, yeah, there he is. There he is. There. Pandora, hang on, buddy. Pandora. Mummy's on.
Is that when you go out on the road and start throwing those little firecracker snappers on the ground next to the horse? Get him to take
so I've got a new thumbnail for Voy. There you go, Voy.
That's my favorite yet.
That's cute.
Favorite yet, for sure. Got the floppy hat,
All right.
There and
I'm gonna go close up my stream too.
Thank you, Easy, for coming up, darling.
Yeah.
Bye, Easy.
Thank you for having me.
No. Listen, I always love it when you're on panel because sometimes you do bring up these crazy topics, and like I love the debate. I love the going back and forth. So thank you for coming up, darling.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me. Rest of the panel. See you later. Chat. Love y'all.
See you later, Easy.
See you, darling.
Later.
Take care.
Take care, darling. Okay, so I am going to close up because I've got a meeting and I've got a dash, as one would say.
Shit down.
Thanks, Mel.
No, thank you, Wolf. Like me and you, we don't often agree, but in one day, I will slaughter a wolf, and I don't even like killing anything. I'm going to slaughter a wolf.
Up here we say, smoke a pack a day.
Right.
Oh yeah, I do that anyway.
Take
I
out the whole pack. Fuck them all.
Okay, so thank you to everybody that was on panel, and obviously the chat. I know that the conversation tonight, it was a delicate one, and I'm sorry if anybody got triggered or hurt or felt some kind of way. I apologize. Sometimes debates do kind of, thank you, King Philip. The important thing is that, and I always say this, that we keep people in the chat and on panels safe, and we don't attack anybody because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. We may not agree with it, but I don't like any personal attacks. We're all entitled to have. Yes, I love my guests. I love my chat. I'm a lucky girl. I am. I'm a very lucky girl. So guys, thank you.
Love.
Yeah, just love. I'm all about promoting love, and that might sound cheesy to some. And I know that some people think I am cheesy, but I'm
not.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Thank you, DeFreak. And it's just nice to have a difference of opinion and be respectful with it. That's all. And I try and bring like conversations that are not too controversial, but sometimes some things need to be talked about. So, thank you, Easy, for bringing that to panel. It was a difficult conversation, but thank you anyway. Thank you for bringing that. And men and women, we're not always going to agree on certain things. Actually, I might do that, actually. What does everybody think about a subject? Should we put women on the front line? What does everyone think about that kind of one? Yeah, I'll do that next.
It's always a heated topic, I think it comes down to
but I like heated. I like
capability,
heated. But I'm going to write that down. That's what's going to be my next topic is, should we put women on the front lines? That will, thank you, Katie. You're so sweet. So I know what I think. I know what a lot of men will think, but maybe some women wouldn't agree. But I'm going to write that down so I don't forget, because I'm very forgetful. And guys, again, in regards to Widow Wonderland, I'm waiting to borrow a PC because what I bought, because I don't check these things. I bought the games. So I'm all ready to go. There they are. These are CD-ROMs, but I don't have a hole in my laptop to put this in. So I need to borrow my son's PC so I can actually play the game. Once, thank you, Blue. Once I have the PC set up, we're all ready for Widow Wonderland. Who's that, Uncle Faye? Who's that?
Oh, shit.
No, he's put something in the backstage.
That's like a 5 second. I didn't think it was loading up. Play that one. It's only like a 5 second one, whatever.
Okay.
That I was getting off there.
I was unfortunately diagnosed with being sexy.
Okay. Who is that? That man is sexy. Who is that?
I went in for a doctor's appointment recently, and I was unfortunately diagnosed with being sexy. And it's
you don't have a hole, Lauren, I don't have a hole in my laptop to put the CD-ROM in. I didn't check if I had one of those trays. That's what I meant by that. I didn't check to see if I had a tray to put the CD in. That's what I meant.
You can so as soon as I have drives and stuff that would do that, but
no, I know, but I don't really know too much about all that. So I'm waiting to borrow my son's PC. Then it's also, I've got a webcam, so you'll be able to see me. And anyone else that wants to join in the game, don't forget, comment in my community page where I've created the new characters. I hope everybody's happy with their characters. Who was that, Faye? He was a very sexy man.
Some cowboy.
I see why I love cowboys. I want that cowboy. I want that cowboy. All right, I've really got to go, guys. Thank you, panel. Thank you.
All right. Thanks again, Mel. Everybody have a good day.
Thank you to my lovely co-host. Thanks, Wiccan. Thank you, Uncle Fatty. It was Fatty. Was that you, darling? Yeah, Lauren, that's my husband that died. He was hot. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'll be back on, I don't even know what day it is today. What day is it today? Friday. I'll be back on Sunday night, and I'll do the subject with the women on the front line. I think that'd be a good one. King Philip, thank you. Everybody in chat, thank you. As you know, the chat, I love the chat. You lot are so good. Lauren, big kiss. Everybody in chat, good night, good day, whichever one it is. Until next time, and I'm going to play the intro, and I'll see you all Sunday night, hopefully. Okie dokie.
respect someone who has the balls to tell me they can't stand me to my face. It's way better than those spineless fakes who play nice up front but stab me in the back the moment I turn around.
They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I got all this potential that's deep inside of me, but they hate when you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off. Wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody is right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I think this life could be special if I get rid of the devils. They think that I am a rebel, I think they want me to settle. There's nobody on my level. They think that work is too stressful, I think that work is essential. The grind is all in your mental, and I don't think you understand what I'll go through just to be in control of my life soon. All the negativity, man, I'm immune. I don't really need a mask with all I've been through. I've been making changes for the ages. 5-10 year plans are contagious. I attack that shit, I'm tenacious. And if you ain't, get the fuck out of my way then. Got one life, I won't regret it. I will fight until I get it. I'll look back one day from heaven and say, damn, I learned some lessons. And say, damn, I had no questions. I had fun in every second, and the journey was a blessing, yeah. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when